Didn't the affair lead to double murder?
The Commonwealth's Attorney's Office has secured an indictment against Brendan Banfield for the murder of his wife Christine and the murder of Mr. Ryan.
Prosecutors allege the defendant planned to run away with the family's au pair, so he killed his wife and another man.
Susan, I'm gonna kill her, I'm gonna kill her.
It's a case of sex, lies, and threatened deception.
The au pair affair murder trial.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury comes out? Yes. Could you put your microphone on for me?
I have a motion.
Yes, your motion?
Your Honor, this is a motion to dismiss the trial pursuant to due process requirements of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. For the Commonwealth's knowing use of false testimony tainted the trial and must be dismissed pursuant to NAPU versus Illinois. I have the cases, Judge, and I can submit those to you. I've given some to counsel. Unlike a motion to strike where we're talking about the sufficiency of the evidence, now the defense is making a motion to dismiss under NAPU versus Illinois. This is incumbent upon the moment that you realize what the violation is. And as of yesterday, when the Commonwealth closed, with no detectives, with no evidence relating to the digital forensics, which no evidence relating to the catfish, which has been what they've said all along. It was at that point when they rested that this became incumbent upon me to make this motion. Usually this motion is made in conjunction with a Brady request that's not complied with. It stands for the proposition that if the government knowingly uses false testimony, the trial is tainted, not just for credibility issues, and must be dismissed. In this case, and actually in NAPU, the government failed to correct the testimony of a witness co-defendant who stated he was given nothing in exchange for his testimony when the prosecutor knew he was to receive favorable treatment from the sentencing court. This knowing falsity was enough to taint the trial, requiring reversal. For this, a bit of background is required. In September, the Commonwealth gave me a list of probably 65 witnesses. That was the last filed witness list with, that was probably when Mr. Clean was still on the case. There was no, pursuant to the discovery order, any witness list filed for the Commonwealth. It was only when I reached out that I was able to get a list of some names that they potentially might be using, of which Detective Miller, who's the digital forensic detective, was not on there, nor was Detective Bryant. In fact, there were very few police witnesses other than Detective Leach, who we did hear from. As the court notes, you've had this case from the beginning. You've seen the battles for Brady material, which we know were violated because ultimately what came was concluded to be Brady and was known to the Commonwealth back in November of 2024. In fact, even before that. Speaking specifically as to the things that were known or should have been known, is Detective Miller, for Fairfax County digital forensic expert at the time, did an executive summary that was in the October timeframe. In that, he says that Christine Banfield, he concluded that Christine Banfield never lost control of her devices. And it was she who was reaching out to Mr. Ryan and others on BDSM websites, thus thwarting the theory that the defendant was part of a catfishing scheme to lure Mr. Ryan to the Banfield home to set up a double murder. Detective Miller's report was sent to be peer-reviewed as the chain of command did not like its findings. That peer review was concluded and they concurred with Detective Miller's report. This was known a year before Mr. Banfield's arrest and coincided with Juliana Perez Magalhaes' arrest. During the almost 1 year that Juliana remained in jail, Juliana's counsel requested 2 continuances and never secured a digital forensic scientist. And it's unknown if he knew about Detective Miller's conclusions at the time that he decided to take to advise his client to take the actions that she's taken. When the co-defendant decided to accept the reduced plea for time served and her mother counseled her to take the plea and blame it all on Brendan, there was a highly unusual event for Fairfax County wherein the lead prosecutor for this case, Eric Klingen, questioned and interviewed Juliana in the presence of her counsel and some police detectives. In that video interview, she gave a statement in which multiple occasions of her version did not line up with digital forensics. and could not have occurred. Detective Miller was then pressured by the detectives in the case to alter his findings to fit Juliana's story, to which he declined, and prepared his summary for the homicide unit. He was then transferred without a request to the child exploitation unit. It can be concluded that as of October 2024, the police and the Commonwealth attorneys knew the evidence did not support the catfishing theory. When in October 2025, when she gave her first recant, there were police and prosecutors in there, yet the prosecutor was the one that was questioning. The absolute unprecedented upheaval of the homicide division has been well documented and is directly related to this catfishing theory that was pushed upon, and also by the unsupported evidence. At the defense motion for bill of particulars in September, the court asked, is this still a viable alternative for the Commonwealth to prove catfishing? And the Commonwealth committed to that. However, as the evidence ends yesterday, Judge, we have nothing but Juliana Perez Magalhaes. That's, as to the motion to strike, I understand the court's position, but these findings and the evidence to support the finding that the Commonwealth knew or should have known is it within every aspect of this case at this point. This is essentially a lack of candor issue, Judge, with the court, and it's in violation of Virginia State Bar Rule 3, which requires candor with the court. Rule 3.8 requires the Commonwealth be the minister of justice, not just an advocate. Further, 3.8 requires a prosecutor to withhold indictment if there is no probable cause. At the time of Mr. Banfield's indictment, the police knew about Detective Miller's findings, and Ms. Perez Magalhaes had not changed her story and accepted the Commonwealth's plea deal. These ethical requirements have not been met. But more troubling is the presentation of false evidence by the co-defendant. It is analogous to a prosecutor presenting the testimony of a victim in a rape case, knowing the DNA exonerates them, but doesn't present it. This known falsity denies the defendant a fair trial. This should be dismissed pursuant to NAPU versus Illinois as violator of the 14th Amendment. And there are additional cases, Judge, which I have for your review, which are closely aligned with NAPU, which is the seminal case.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those cases. Thank you, Mr. Carroll. If you want to,
would you?
That's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, counsel has highlighted the Commonwealth's witness list containing 65 people, most of whom we did not call. I expect the same to be true of defense, and that is the nature of a case. When we want to make sure that we do not limit ourselves should evidence be required, we list a witness on that witness list, which is provided to the court well in advance of trial. In this matter, we call the witnesses that we believe presented the evidence clearly to the jury. We have presented the physical evidence collected, we've presented the DNA analysis, we've presented the blood evidence, and there is no requirement that we call a lead detective to present a narrative when we in fact have the person who was in the room to present that narrative. In this case, counsel argues that Juliana Perez Magalhaes presented false testimony. That's a matter for the jury. Counsel simply doesn't like what she said. That doesn't make it false. At this point in time, Judge, I don't believe that there's any merit to this motion, and we would ask you to deny.
All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I am familiar with the NAP cases and their prodigy. And the NAP cases are a little different from here because in those cases, they're based on a prosecutor's failure to correct testimony that he knew to be false. That's not what we have in this case. There's no evidence the Commonwealth is using false testimony. It's just the weight of the co-defendant's testimony that does go to the jury. I don't have any Brady violations at trial at this time, and none have been alleged. The Commonwealth has presented their evidence, which has survived a motion to strike, but I cannot find any violations of the 14th Amendment. At this time, the co-defendant did provide testimony as to a catfishing theory. The way the Commonwealth puts on their case is up to the Commonwealth. I don't have any evidence or showing that the Commonwealth has used any false statements, testimony that they knew to be false. So therefore, I'm going to deny your motion. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir. Are you going to start with the evidence, the exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Have we gone over them?
Yes, we have, Judge.
Okay, and do you have an agreement as to which ones you don't
There are
object to?
several that the Commonwealth would agree may be admitted. There are equally as many that the Commonwealth would object to.
So we'll just go one at a time. Is that
Probably for the
easiest?
best.
Okay, all right. We ready for the jury then?
Judge, the Commonwealth does have a request.
Okay.
Our expert who testified yesterday, Iris Dallygraph, she has flown home, and we are asking that she be permitted to watch his expert's testimony through the live feed so that she can then, if recalled
If
in
you have a
rebuttal.
rebuttal. Any
Yes.
objection to that?
No.
Okay, no objection. So
Thank
that's
you.
fine. Thank you. All right, we're ready for the jury. Okay, sure. Yep. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the Commonwealth has rested. The defense will start their case. I believe Mr. Carroll would like to start with submitting some evidence that was referenced in the Commonwealth's case, but he did not present to evidence, so he wants to put that in evidence now, okay? So we'll go through those exhibits.
Thank you, Your Honor. Harry, can you see that on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, that would be Exhibit 1. I'd move that into evidence. as-
Judge, we don't have a display.
We don't have a screen.
I'm sorry.
We do not have it on our screen.
Should be on witness screen. Is it showing now?
No, ma'am, it is not.
Can you see it on your screens over here? Yes, you can see it. You can see it in your back screen. There's something wrong with your monitor then.
Okay, we'll just step back.
Okay, that's fine. If that works, we can get, you're attached. You can, it might just be a plug, but. All right. Okay, any objection to defense 1?
No, Judge, there's no objection to defense 1 through 9.
Okay, all right, so defense 1 is in evidence.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be published to the jury.
It is.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, sorry, is counsel intending that the jury read each of the 73 letters?
We're not had time for that, Mr. Carroll.
Okay.
They'll have them back when they deliberate. And this is defendants 2?
Defendants 2.
All right, no objection from the Commonwealth. Is that
Defendants 3, Your Honor.
3? No objection from the Commonwealth. All right.
Exhibit 4.
All right, no objection from the Commonwealth.
Exhibit 5.
All right, no objection from the Commonwealth.
Exhibit 6.
Again, no objection in evidence.
Exhibit 7.
Again, no objection.
Exhibit 8.
All right, no objection from the Commonwealth.
Exhibit 9.
All right, again, no objection from the Commonwealth.
And I think Exhibit 10 is where
Right. If you could put it on.
I'll show it.
Yeah, if you could put it on the screen, please, so I can see it. Okay.
Yes, and
All right.
Judge Commonwealth objects as this is an incomplete exhibit. It identifies itself as being 1 of 3 pages. Only 2 pages are present. The last sentence on the second page clearly indicates there is more to come that has been eliminated from the
Do you have the
exhibit.
3rd page to this?
I don't have it with me right now, Judge, but she's identified this as something that she wrote. She's identified, nothing's been excluded intentionally.
I understand, but there is a page 3 of 3 that's not there. So at this time, I'll sustain the Commonwealth's objection. If you at some point find page 3, we can readdress.
Okay.
No objection to 11 through 15.
Okay, no objection, 11 through 15.
This is 11 year, I'm sorry. Yeah, 11.
All right, in evidence.
This is Exhibit 12.
In evidence.
Exhibit 13.
Okay.
Exhibit 14.
All right, in evidence.
And exhibit 15.
15 in evidence.
I believe that was it for the agreed exhibits.
All right, 16, if you could pull it up. And what will the objection be for 16?
Same objection, Judge.
Okay.
This appears to be 2 pages of a longer letter, while this one does not identify how many pages were originally contained. The last sentence on the second page is cut short. So there is
Alright.
clearly additional information that was not included by defense.
If you could go all the way down, Mr. Carroll. All right, so I'll sustain the objection again if you can find the rest of
Okay,
it. That's
thank
fine. And then 17,
And Judge, Commonwealth would not object to 17 through 41. I'm sorry, 17 through 42.
so can we just enter 17 through 42 in evidence instead of showing it briefly?
That's fine. I wasn't certain.
That's fine by me, but I just want to make sure you're comfortable with it, but they'll have
I'm
all of
comfortable
these.
with it. Yeah, no,
Okay,
I'm comfortable
perfect.
with that.
All right, 17 through, I'm sorry, what number?
42.
2.
All right, so 17 through 42 in evidence.
And
And then if you could pull up
43.
43, okay, what's the objection to 43?
Judge, this is a letter that purports to be from a third party to
Okay.
a witness. This is hearsay. It is not admissible. That
Okay.
person has not been called to testify.
All right, any response to that?
It's not offered for the truth of the matter, Judge. It's
Then
offered
what
for the
it's-
subject matter, I guess.
Then Judge, I would object as not relevant.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Okay, that's 43. And then 44, do you have an objection?
Yes, Judge. No, I'm sorry, 44, no objection. 45, no objection. 46, no objection. Our next objection doesn't hit till 51. So
Okay,
through
so-
40, I'm sorry, through 50, no objection.
All right, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50 in evidence. If you could pull up 51.
And Judge, the objection is that 51 and 53 are duplicates. If he could elect which one he would,
Oh, they're the same.
Yeah, Judge.
Correct.
and
Okay,
and
which-
I was
which
going to
one?
identify that as well.
Sure, which one would you like, 51 or 53?
Let's go with 51 and.
All right, we'll put
scratch 53.
51 and withdraw 53.
no objection then to 52,
Okay,
54
okay,
through 56. Our next objection is 57.
all right. So 55 and 56 also, and 54 in evidence, 57. That's the one from the producer, correct?
Correct,
So
hearsay.
assuming objection is hearsay.
Correct.
Judge, I'm offering it not for the truth of the matter, but for the timing of the matter.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay 57. All right. She already testified to it. They still have that information. 58.
No objection. 59, no objection. 60, objection. Third party to,
From her mom. Okay, if you
correct.
could pull up 60. So 58 and 59 are in evidence.
Uh, 60, Your Honor?
Yes, the objection is hearsay.
Hearsay.
Yes.
Once again, it's the timing of it that I'm looking for, but I understand.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection as to 60. We have 61.
objection.
I think it's a motion
It
to
is.
continue trial. Okay, what's the objection? I mean, that's a court record, but what's the objection?
Judge, it's not a court record in this case,
That's true.
and it is It contains a number of opinions of counsel
Okay,
that I do not believe have been testified
All right.
to. So hearsay.
all right.
I think it's a judicial document that the court can take notice of. It also shows the timing of what it is that, in terms of the timing of when this motion is being set, it's weeks before her pending
Right.
trial.
Which she testified to, and you do have evidence of that, but this does contain hearsay, so I'll sustain the objection to 61. 62 is a picture.
Objection, it is actually a video. It's the recorded call and is hearsay.
Okay, all
It's-
right.
it's-
So don't,
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
do you want me to open it up?
No, I don't need you to open it up. I recall. You had just showed the picture. I didn't allow the video at the time, if I remember correctly.
Right, and
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, no, I had just had a picture of it at the time of the testimony. I didn't allow the video at the time.
Correct.
The audio.
Correct.
I think it was an audio file, yes.
And this is an audio file of her negotiating with a producer relating to Hulu, Netflix.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection then. Thank you. 63,
No objection, Your Honor. Next objection would be to 70.
all right, so 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, and if we can go to 70, I think that's a conversation.
And
What's that
Judge,
conversation?
the objection here is to relevance. I'm not sure. It's such a brief portion of a conversation and it doesn't appear to have.
If you have a way to close that for me, Mr. Carroll, I'd appreciate it. I think that closes the whole PowerPoint. If you do that. What was the time frame of the conversation? Do you recall, or do you have it?
Judge, I can pull it up.
I just can't see.
Judge, I don't know why that's popping up.
I'm not
This is the court's computer.
I think you have to sign into your account on that computer, but that's.
So Judge, the chat begins on January 9th. It is purportedly between Christine's phone and an unidentified user. And it talks about having had fun that day with Valerie.
Okay, and that's when the co-defendant testified that that was a conversation she had with Christine, correct? And your
I believe
objection
so.
is relevance?
My objection is relevance. I'm not sure where this has to
All
do.
right,
with
how is this conversation relevant?
The January 9th is an important date as the testimony is brought out. It's the date when the email was set up for the connection with all
Right.
of the devices.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. 70 is an evidence, overcome this objection. And then 71.
Objection, Your Honor. Those are portions of a document. Best evidence would be the objection. It needs to be the
The
entire
document.
of the document.
All right, are you able to get the entire document for January? I think it's a January 21st, 2023.
We have admitted it into evidence.
Okay. So you already have the entire document in
Correct.
evidence?
It has
All
been
right, so do we
admitted.
need this then, Mr. Carroll? This is just parts of it?
These were the FetLife communications, Judge.
Right. Which they already have in evidence. I can't remember what number their evidence. Do you have the number?
I do, Judge. 77 through 79.
Is the entirety of what is
Correct.
parts on this? Okay.
If that's, I'll withdraw that.
All right, we'll withdraw 71. That takes us to 80.
Is counsel not offering
think-
72, 73, 74,
I
75?
think we're offering to 71, Judge.
All I have is the 71. You're not doing 80, 80A, B, C, D?
Not at this
81.
point, Judge.
Okay. That's all I have then. All right, okay. All right, yes, sir. Then your first witness?
Judge, I would call Officer Beckner.
Officer Beckner. You might want to check the plugs and see. if
Yeah,
they're-
so it actually clicked on initially. There was a view of
Yeah.
that computer's screen.
It might just be a loose wire.
Bad way. There we go.
May I just consult?
Yes, yes.
Computer.
Are we good?
Yep.
Okay, good.
We got it. Nope, other way. Just, there you go. Are you doing this? I don't think there are any questions, so I'm actually doing it.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
Once I get this video, I'm going to ask you to identify it.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, could you state your name for the record?
Zachary Beckner.
Thank you.
Sir, do you see that picture on the screen?
Yes, sir, I do now.
Do you? Sorry.
I'm just sorry, is this a video that's already in evidence, or is this video that you are,
This is, so there's, Judge, I'll just tell you, the Commonwealth moved in first 6 minutes
okay.
of
so
this video, and
is-
this is going to be a continuation
All right,
beyond
so
that.
this, what would you mark it as your
Um,
exhibit then?
I think we're at 84, are we?
Let's see. 82, if you want to go in order.
Let's go in order, yes.
Okay,
82, thank you.
82. Okay, thank you.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at that picture and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you can identify what you see there.
It appears to be body cam footage, sir.
Okay, and was this the body camera video from your body cam?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, and this was on, what date was this on?
February 24th, 2023.
Okay, and this is the, what if anything are you doing as you go in?
From this, I'm about to enter the house.
You're all right, he's identified the video. Can we publish this to the jury?
You want to admit it into evidence?
Yes.
Is it under seal?
I think it is
Okay.
because of the graphic nature of it.
All right, so 82, any objection, 82 under seal? All right, 82 in evidence, under seal.
Anybody else downstairs?
Where's the shop person? Who else? Just us?
All right, hold down, somebody hold down.
Brother, they're saying one of the patients is outside now.
So somebody's outside. In the back? Anybody else outside? Who else is outside? Anybody over here? Here, ma'am, stay here, stay here, stay here, ma'am. Hey, they're here. Who is the shooter? Who shot who?
Brendan, he's an officer.
I got a blowout kit if you need it.
Bring it up.
Is there anyone else in the house? You need kids in the house?
Which one of those guns?
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
What do you need?
Get medics in there now.
Scene's cold for medics.
He grabbed my arm. He grabbed my arm when I just heard that coming. Okay.
Sir, at this point, had you engaged in any duties at what you're seeing right now in the video?
Could you clarify what you mean by
What
duties,
what
sir?
were you doing? What were you asked to do? What did you take it upon yourself to do?
We were trying to locate a chest seal in the medical kits that we carry in our cruisers.
Okay, and that's something that you had with you?
That's what the black bag is that I sat down on that bed.
Okay.
Get it, don't do that. I don't know when you shot it. Who's that chest wound seal? I need it from the back right now. You got stabbed by him, so watch him.
I have one.
Guys, chest seal. Now. We're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. Give me, get balls out. Up this way. Upstairs. I need chest seal on her, and I'll give her a right now. Just stay right there. Stay right there. There's another one behind me. Hey, open this up for Balmer. Yeah. I got the other one for him. Okay, go. Behind me. Yeah. Is that good? He's breathing, so. We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wounds. Can someone do this for me?
I don't have anything.
Up this way. Just go in the top. Just in the top. He's in the bathroom, up here.
I don't have a pulse on him.
He's down in there. Multiple stab wounds on
I
that.
don't have a pulse on him.
Where's the gunshot wound?
I'm not entirely certain, sir.
Let's check.
Chest.
Okay. Ready? Hold this down. Let's work on her, okay? Sit in the top.
You need another chest seal?
Yeah, whatever you have.
Whatever you, hey, get another, ALT, get more blowout kits.
You shot in the head?
Oh,
No,
no.
shot in the chest.
It's a lot of blood. It looks like it's probably from a lung.
No need for K9 or helo at this point. K9 10.
I don't even know what to do.
Just leave it. Just leave it where it is.
Okay, yep. Since we got this kind of wait for medics, can you talk with him?
I don't have a pulse.
Stand by 1 second.
Medics expediting, or where are they at?
I can go home. Guys.
Hey, do a pulse on that.
No, not at all. What do you need?
Go ahead. Multiple stab wounds on her.
Yeah, go ahead and start going.
Who's most viable, you guys know?
She is. Multiple stab wounds to the neck.
Thanks. Where is he? To the right, we have a pulse, multiple stab wounds. To the left, you see the other gunshot. All right. Who's still breathing? No, don't know if it's one on the left side. Okay, she's still breathing. We can feel blood moving. We can see her. You can stop him if you draw it. Yeah, we're gonna get her. He's gonna be way over there. Yeah, this. Is he breathing over here? He's breathing. That's why we're moving. Grab him. Take him downstairs. Oh my God. Are you hurt? Stand by. Sorry. Nope, there's no pulse wound. Nothing. There's nothing. What do we need? I think that guy's gonna be definitely DOA. I mean, we can. I think that might be obvious over there. Here.
Oh.
What do you want to do? You want to grab that and go?
This is his house, that's his wife. Don't know who this is.
She's done. All right, that's fine. You want to get a rhythm on that? Yeah. You want to show? I got the monitor. It's right there behind you. You have it? Okay. All right. So where is he? Grab the guy out there. Down. This is not Balmer's. There was 2 on the bed when I came in. Okay, this one's got blood on it. So stay with him. I'm not sure if he doesn't know.
I'm gonna wait till we're done.
Yeah. You don't know that guy at all? Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out where's the gun currently.
On the bed.
Firearms right here.
Leave them right where they are. If that's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They were on the foundation though. We have a knife right there.
Yeah.
Hey Sarge, what's up? You want us to escort him outside?
Yeah, right now they're working, so we're gonna be.
So, hey, I'm not sure. We're not working. Bob, I'll get him out.
So one thing is,
All right.
is she gonna be okay? You let them work through it?
Want to move her and go?
Yeah.
All right.
Get you downstairs.
All right, we're gonna move you.
Got a knife here.
Yeah. Is there kids down there? Zach? Kids around the way. Kids are outside. We're gonna clear the rest of the house.
Okay, someone's gotta go with them. You guys want me to go with them?
If you want to go with it, that's fine. Zach, stay here.
All right.
You're with me on which end of the house.
What are we doing here?
He's just saying, we're gonna make sure no one else is hurt in the house.
Okay, all right. We're gonna get something downstairs.
Sir, that's the video that you previously watched, the Commonwealth's case, correct? Up to the 6-minute mark?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was your body camera continuing beyond that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and approximately how long did you, were you escorting Mr. Banfield that day?
Correct. I escorted him out of the house to the ambulance, rode in the ambulance with him to the hospital.
Your Honor, that clip was identical to what the Commonwealth did. I have the longer clip, and I'm just going to switch that out right now so we can go from this point and continue on with the clip.
So 82 should just be your second part?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we'll keep what we just watched will stay as the Commonwealth's exhibit, and then now 82 will just be what you're going to play from here on out.
Yeah, from 6:42 on.
And you'll have a separate file? You have a separate file for that? For
Yes,
me? Okay.
I just have to.
Okay, so 82 will just be that separate file then.
Okay.
Okay. And I assume there's no objection to the continuing of the body cam?
No, ma'am, and just for clarification, what we just watched was Commonwealth 6.
Number 6?
Yes.
Okay, so that will stay at Commonwealth 6, and then whatever we're about to play now will be 82, and I assume there's no objection to the rest of the body cam?
Correct.
Okay. So 82 will be in evidence. Under seal.
It's 'cause you just connected it.
We're gonna get something downstairs. All right, guys.
Somebody get behind you.
Sir, do you recognize that as being continuation of the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So she's gonna go up to, so that's gonna be the closest one to that. He's obviously gonna
Hey, can you check him out?
Yeah, I got more units here. We'll check him out.
He's starting to break down.
Stay sorry. I'll just walk through, okay?
What did you say, guys? You say? Okay. We're gonna have to get him out of here.
Yeah, I know.
Can you give him a second to not touch anything else?
I'm not. Let me change my gloves out. We can get him out of here. The knife's there, guns are on the bed. I got you.
We're gonna take him and stick him in a cruiser.
Yeah, I gotta hook him up, guys.
Having a breakdown?
Yeah, just give him a second.
I gotta put him on the monitor.
Yeah. Is she okay? So the fire department, they take over at this point? We're kind of just here. Is she breathing? So again, they're down there. What I want to do is get
Just
you
watch what
upstairs,
you're
get you
kicking,
outside
please.
the accident. All right. Does that work?
I know what you got to do. I'm just.
If you can't walk, we can wait a minute. Give me a minute.
Now, was that you saying, watch what you're kicking?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was that directed toward anyone in the room there?
It was directed towards the firefighter that you saw with the face covering on, the mask.
The one who came by you to your right?
Correct.
Okay, and was he tending to the scene over near Joe Ryan?
Correct. He was hooking him up to leads.
Okay, and was there distortion of how it looked before he?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading if you want to rephrase.
When you said stop kicking, what were you referring to?
He had kicked some blankets out of the way.
Okay. Do you remember the colors of those blankets?
I believe they were purple.
Purple? Okay. Were they the only blankets or towels that were in that area?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. You just remember him kicking?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember if he kicked anything else in the crime scene?
Not that I'm aware of, no,
Okay.
sir.
He stopped after you?
After I told him to.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, just giving you some fresh air right now at the Globe, okay? So we can get you outside.
You got gloves on? Yeah. Can you help him? Just be with him.
Yep.
Now you're holding Mr. Banfield, my client, at that time. What was the reason for you to hold him?
He was unsteady on his feet, sir.
Okay. Did you hear him say anything or relating to his ability to walk?
At that point in time, no, sir.
No, sir?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. But you, sometime later on in this video?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
What's your name?
Brendan Banfield.
Say, you with Vienna?
Easy.
Sorry, say it again.
So you with Vienna?
My office is in Vienna, correct. Did you call my office?
No.
I need to call my manager at some point.
It's the least of our worries right now, man.
We're just gonna get you in a cruiser outside in the air where you can breathe. You're okay, okay? You're not hurt?
I don't think so. We'll check him out when we get him over to the car.
You have an awesome walking
Watch out, watch out.
Walk into the grass? Yep.
What's wrong with your right leg, sir?
Maybe,
I don't know, maybe just nervous. Okay.
I'm going to be calling medic 436 to Reston Hospital.
Take some deep breaths, all right? You need to sit down somewhere.
Is there a way to get an update?
Right now, they're handling everything from here. He doesn't think so. We haven't had a chance to really do a full inspection quite yet. If you guys want to check him out. He's just a little unsteady on his feet, though. All right, let's do that then.
We're gonna go ahead and check this gentleman out in the back of the ambulance, okay? We'll check this stomach, man.
Officer Beckner, had my client complained of any physical ailments other than having difficulty walking?
Just whatever he said was going on with his right leg.
Okay.
That was it.
And when you said you were going to go check him out, was there anything that caused you alarm that caused you to want to have him checked out?
I just wanted to make sure he was okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Where's my daughter?
I think she's out there with them, so. Is there anybody else in the house other than your daughter and the other female?
So she's out there, Manny.
Okay. But it's just the two of them, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my daughter.
Just one sec, we're gonna hit around this other door here, all right? A little bit of blood on me, you'll have to sit here, okay? Right here. As high up in this crease as you can. Yeah. Is that
Anything bothering you right now?
I just feel unsteady.
Okay. Were you hit with anything? A knife? Anything?
No, I took the knife. I took the knife from him.
Okay. All right. So you're not hurt anywhere. Is that not your blood, correct?
I think it's.
All right. You want to slip this jacket off for me so we can evaluate you real quick? I'm gonna have you kick your other foot up for me.
Yeah,
So you
I
can
think
go
it's fine. Yeah.
Hey, Honor, brother.
That might be a bag in my car.
Pressure, all right? Man, both going to be set up at Stablebrook Way and Silvershire Court.
Officer Beckner, do you know who took possession of the jacket when it was taken off of him?
Officer Hugh.
Officer Hugh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Just gonna take your watch off for now, all right?
That's fine.
So I can see. I give it to the officer standing behind you. Where'd all this blood come from, you know?
I was holding her neck.
Okay.
Do we have any crossings that need to be covered?
511
Is there a way to
Bravo.
get
I've got
an update
one up at Palace
Taking
Tavern
her
in
to the
front of
hospital right now.
Rangeville.
They're not gonna have much of an update. They're gonna take an arrest in hospital, okay?
Yeah.
All right, I don't see any wounds on you. I'm just gonna check you out. Would you like to run up to the hospital?
Can I be with her?
They're gonna work on her when they get there. You wouldn't be able to see her immediately anyway. If you do choose to go.
Yes, I want to be with her.
Okay, then we'll take you up there for evaluation then, okay?
Sure. What's going to happen to my daughter?
That I'm not sure. That's a
As
question
of
for the
right now, I
officers.
believe she's sitting with one of our officers until we figure out what all is going on.
Say again that last crossing.
Hey, Doherty, it's going to be Drainsville at 8:50 to 9:20, right there in front of the Kiss and Ride.
Guys, get squeezed real tight. All right, perfect. We'll take all that off then. You can take it off there. Okay. Take this off from your neck. So just to confirm, nothing's bothering you right now, right? Physically, you weren't injured at all.
If anything hurt you at all, man, they're trying to find out so we can make sure we get you help too.
Yeah, our door's pulling out of here. You guys.
We're going to need his,
What?
No, that's rain.
No, you're good. You're good. Take your hands down.
That's fine.
If not,
you're not going to be able to have him in the hospital
It's
anywhere.
fine.
yeah, let me have the wiper.
I have cops.
Okay. What department are you with?
Department of Treasury, Internal Revenue Services.
Okay.
And I got
It's okay. Those can stay for right now. That's fine.
Zach?
Yeah.
So before you roll, let me make sure they decontaminate what you have on you, okay?
Okay. I don't think I've got anything directly on me, but hey, Derek.
Yeah.
I've got Mags and his watch. If you want to hold on to this,
What was that?
I've got Mags and his watch. I'm gonna go with them to the hospital.
Yeah,
This department,
a bag.
I don't have an answer to that right now. I wish I did, but I don't. I'm sure they'll give you an update as soon as they can. The question is, would you like to go with us or would you like to go with the police?
It doesn't matter. If I can be with her, that's what.
This is what one of the medics have, one of the bags the medics have.
What is he looking for?
Just a
I'm
plastic
assuming so,
bag.
Zach. Did we?
A what?
Plastic bag.
Just right now, did we search them?
No, I haven't searched them yet.
You want to stand up?
Sorry, man, it was just, it's fine.
I have.
You're good. Sorry.
I know.
That's fine. Yep.
I'll leave his badge on him.
Brother, you know the procedure, we apologize.
It's fine.
Knives or anything on you?
No, that's my cell phone. Work cell phone and personal cell phone.
And you're with the
Treasury.
Okay. Did you get the bag?
I don't know. A bio bag? Do you have a bio bag? Yes.
Anything on that side, Terry?
Yeah,
he's going.
Yeah, that's what he just. He's got back if you want to. He's treasure situation.
Officer, is there a policy about searching someone who goes in an ambulance, or what were the circumstances that caused that search?
We were just trying to confirm he didn't have any further weapons on him, sir.
Okay, after he told the fireman that he had the mags?
I believe that's what he said to him.
Okay.
Zach, you gonna go?
Yeah, I'll ride with him. That's fine.
My badge and wallet is in my jacket.
Your badge clipped on you, brother. We're gonna leave it on you, okay?
All right, my credentials.
Okay.
Yep, that's fine. Just go ahead. You can sit back down. You're all right.
I'm gonna call him down.
Okay.
I'll call you down to the hospital.
Okay.
You're gonna be in the ambulance?
Yeah, that's fine. Unless Zach,
Where would you?
my iPad
Right there.
Yeah.
Zach, you got gloves on?
Yeah.
Put his here. Put his stuff in here.
I'll follow you guys down too, so.
All right. Whoever's driving my car that was acting.
We'll have to figure that out later.
Sir, was yours the Glock 19 with the TLR?
Mine has the light, yeah.
With the light on? Okay.
My other gun is my personal weapon.
Oh, that's the 43X?
Yeah.
So both those are yours?
Both of them are mine.
Okay, the ones that we saw on the bed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Where do you guys need me at?
It doesn't matter to me. You can probably sit in the captain's chair right there if you're going to ride with us.
He's gonna go. I'll ride with you.
Yeah, just for evaluation. Yeah.
Okay, sure, good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, BLS good,
Yeah.
absolutely.
If you guys don't need anything else,
No, we're good, yeah, go ahead.
we'll head out and we'll take the EMS captain from you. We'll meet him at rest.
Okay, yeah, command's terminated, so I'm out of
All
here.
right, yeah, we're good then.
All right, and we're gonna roll over to Reston Hospital then.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, we're good, Zach. To the Reston.
All right. You going with me?
Yeah. Yep.
Are we good to go or?
Yeah. To my knowledge, I'll just check real quick.
What's your first name?
Brendan. BRENDAN.
Hey, are we good to transport him to the hospital?
Last name?
Banfield. BANFIELD.
What's your date of birth?
2/23/85.
Hey, LT or Gibbons, are we good to transport to the hospital?
Any underlying medical conditions? Liver, blood, hypertension, and any cardiac issues? Take any medications for anything? Any allergies to any medications? No. How old are you? I call the hospital and let them know we're coming, okay? It's not individual, it's just coming. No medical history. Yeah, all these files we have to pull up there, just to turn everything off. About 5 seconds.
I don't know, man, to be honest with you. I don't see why it would be an issue, but I'll hold off for right now.
No way to get him up this one.
No, not to make this get to the hospital. I wish I had more for you, but I don't. Hospital can't tell me anything like that over the phone. They know you're coming and they know your wife.
My wife.
They know your wife is there. So I'll be ready for you when you get there.
As of right now, she's still over there. From what I understand, sir, she's there with the other officers that are still on scene.
Are they going to tell her?
I mean, as of right now, there's really no other information to explain to her. I don't think they're going to tell her anything. It's kind of a delicate matter, and I don't think anybody wants to upset her currently.
She's only 4.
Yes, sir, I understand that.
Exact copy of one.
Go ahead.
The gentleman that you're with, do me a favor, once you get all this information, give me a call with that, please.
Direct. I don't have my phones on me. You spell your last name for me, sir? Okay. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. You're with the IRS, correct?
That should be reported. MTV reported. You don't see the event, stay away. X-ray frantic 7044. I apologize. The customer is another channel.
10 more Central Units, channel clear for routine traffic.
You okay with walking in? We'll head out because we're here, okay?
Yeah.
I'll have you step back out this side door that we came in.
Yes. Good, sir.
Step down there.
Just wait right here for us. We're trying to find out what room to put you in. Can I see her? No, not yet.
Any motors on channel 3 or 5?
take a seat on the bed for me.
You just said that she didn't make.
I didn't hear what he said, sir.
The cot and stuff probably needs to be switched out.
Can you have someone check with him again?
Okay. What is the nature of the incident?
Check what?
The status of his wife, ma'am.
Hi, sir. My name is Gina. I'm one of the doctors here. Your wife has died.
What is it?
Where's what?
She's still at the scene, sir. She's with the other officers.
Would you guys be able to ask someone else to bring some tissues? That's the nurse.
Okay. We're still burning. Just a heads up. Body cams are still on.
Okay.
It's okay.
Just yell at me. I'll get out of your way.
What's that one? He said he wants to be evaluated. Okay, no problem. Do you want just grab a napkin? Were you there at the time?
Yes.
You were there at the time. So is there any part that I can help? I can explain what happened when she arrived here, but you were there and it sounds like there was a lot of blood loss.
Yes.
And so I think that she died of blood loss. Her airway was actually okay. I'll call the medical examiner, of course, and we'll do an autopsy and make sure we know for certain. But
I was trying to like pressure.
yeah, I mean those were enormous wounds, and it's not.
There were so many.
Yes, and the neck is not compressible, so it's not possible really to stop all the blood loss. And her airway, it seems like, was in the midline okay. She was able to be intubated. Everything that was possible to be done was done for her right away. You did a wonderful, you did everything that was possible. It's not a survivable injury. Is someone with her daughter? Is her daughter?
Yeah, we still have officers at the scene with her.
Okay. Just want to make sure that she's safe.
Yeah, she's safe. Yes, ma'am.
She's only 4.
Yes, sir.
It's for him. And did you get hurt, sir?
I think so.
Are you certain? Did the person come after you at all? Did they hit you or?
I think he put his arm on me at one point, but I don't think I'm hurt.
Yeah, Yeah, sure. You have tissues here. You want to wash your hands? Probably feel better after that. Soap right here.
Officer, is this the situation that the Commonwealth asked you about when you were originally on the stand?
About him washing his hands?
Washing hands?
Correct.
Yes. And you weren't advised by anybody in your chain of command to not allow washing hands or anything like that?
At that point in time, no, sir.
I'm sorry?
At that point in time, no, sir.
Okay.
My name's Maureen. I'm the first victim of your accident. I'm so sorry.
My wife is a nurse.
You wanted this to be checked out medically, right?
Sure.
And I have a bracelet with your name on it. Brendan Banfield.
Yes.
Would you like me to call our chaplain? Would that be
Yes.
possible?
Yes, please.
It doesn't sound like that's the person struck him once, but no injuries that we need to do imaging or anything like that for.
Verify that his right leg is okay. He's been having some, said it's been feeling weird.
Okay. Since this morning or before?
No, since this morning. I think
And then,
I'm just.
would you be able to sit down for just a second? I'm just gonna check your vital signs, I'm sure everything's
Can I have a
okay.
tissue?
Yeah. Would you like me to get you, would you like me to get you some scrubs to change into?
Yes.
There. You got it. I'm just gonna, you're gonna feel a squeeze on your left arm. I'm just getting your blood pressure real quick, okay? I'm gonna check your oxygen over here. So what's been going on with your right leg since this happened? You feel like it's hard?
I don't, it's like I'm having spasms right here.
I see, okay. And where did the person hit you?
And I only remember my arm.
Okay. Okay, once you're changing into the scrubs, I'll just look you over there. But I see that you're walking and bearing weight. It's, if anything, it's a bruise, or like he said, you have a muscle spasm because of the stress. I'm gonna hurry and change it. Sure. Try and get a little bit. I'm gonna let you get changed and get settled, all right? You wanna get on? You can get on.
It's at the end of it? Yeah. Okay, you already switched out the linen and stuff on the cot, is that okay, or? I guess.
How much do you weigh?
Officer, is that Officer Baumler that was with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your daughter and the pair have been taken to headquarters, so they're both accounted for. They're okay, so. Yep.
I'm gonna have to step out after with bags, phone, and all that.
It's all right there.
When he changes.
Yep.
So I'm gonna see if I have any people bags.
All right.
Can I call my mom?
At this point, we can't let you do that, because we still have to investigate exactly what happened. Once the detective shows up and kind of talks to you, that's when we can let things, they'll kind of explain a little bit more in depth. We're not gonna ask you any questions about what happened, but what we do have to do is, take photos of you, in the clothes that you have on, so before you change in the hospital gown. And evidence, so, we're gonna do it, there's no easy way to do it, but kind of the easiest way possible, so, I'm just gonna have to go get my county phone so we can get everything documented, and then basically it should be sending the detective out to kind of come and ask you what exactly happened, because we're not gonna have you go on numerous times and let them do it all. Okay? I understand. I'm gonna go see if I can find some.
No, I got you.
My wife's parents are on their way to my house some point today.
Like Officer Baumler told you, man, as soon as we're able to, we'll let you make phone calls.
Yeah. I don't know what time they're from.
Okay.
I know they are coming, but I don't know what time.
Okay. I understand.
He said someone needs to take pictures?
Yes, sir.
Before I get changed?
Correct.
Okay.
He's out, gonna go grab his county phone. Mine's all back in my cruiser.
I figured, I didn't know if you guys need a brown bag.
I think he's getting one, but if you have one, that would be helpful.
Just bear with us for just a second.
Just blowing my nose.
Yes, sir. I understand. The PR staff has brown bags if you can't find one.
Yeah, just have them get a couple because we have to individually bag it.
Direct.
Yeah.
Is Valerie at least with Juliana?
I believe so, yes, sir. I don't see why they would have them separated at this time. Hey, boss, can you see if they can bring me a couple brown bags, the paper bags?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then on that, do you want coffee or tea?
I'll have some water.
I'm gonna see if Ramsey is gonna be coming this way soon, so we don't do it on the phone, but if not, next on caption is gonna be the way to go.
Appreciate it, bro.
You need more.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
See what happens. Okay, so we have crime scene detectives coming out, and they'll be the ones to take all the photos and all that instead of us doing it on our phones. So that way, they're on the way now, so they should be here in the next couple minutes.
I understand.
Okay. Do you need like a bottle of water or something?
I think someone is getting
Yeah,
it.
Okay.
Congress is trying to inform. You have any other questions for us? I might be able to answer right now, man.
Do we know who the person is?
I don't think he's been identified yet.
I can honestly say that we would not know that information. And at this point, even if we did, we probably couldn't get that information to you. That'd be the detectives that would let you know that.
Start with the other unit. This is going to be an EDP call.
10-4, 331 Bravo, can you start?
My name is Betty. I'm a patient advocate, also chaplain, guest services. Yeah, so anything I can do for you right now.
Can we say a prayer for her? Can we say a prayer for my wife?
Say a prayer for your wife. Absolutely. And what is it?
Christine.
Christine?
Yes.
No, we have crime scene detectives who take photos. Well, they'll be on a few minutes.
She's got some. Do you have a specific faith community?
Episcopal.
gracious and loving God, come before you today in great distress. Lord, we ask that you be with Christine and with her husband here. We ask that you surround her with your love, that she might feel that and know that you are with her. Lord, we ask that you heal as only you can. We don't always understand your healing ways, but just ask that you be with her. And be with her husband now in such distress. Watch over him, surround him with your love. Let him feel the warmth of that love. To carry him through not only today, but days and weeks to come. Lord, for a family of friends who can support him this time, please let them open their hearts and arms and provide that loving support that's so much needed. And this we ask in your name. Amen. We say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. I give you my card. And I'm here all day. And I'll be glad to come down whenever you need me. And just ask me. Do you have other tissues?
There should be a few boxes of them around here for him now.
I'll be glad to come anytime. You have a lot to process. Need some time alone, but you want me to stay. As I say, I'm here all day.
Thank you, Matt.
Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mike Canganil. I'm one of the detectives. My colleague, Detective Bryant back there. And Detective Mansfield. I'm so sorry to meet you under these circumstances.
And sir, is that the entirety of your body worn camera from that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so did you manually shut it off when the detectives came in?
Correct.
Okay, and then uploaded it into the system?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, ma'am.
Just a couple of questions. Initially, when we started this video, we started with the portion that the Commonwealth had previously played for you, where you entered the scene. Counsel asked you about your duties, and you responded that you were at that point in time working on trying to get a chest seal on Mr. Ryan. Is that correct?
We were trying to locate a chest seal for the female at the scene.
Okay. Were you the first officer to approach Joseph Ryan?
That day, I believe so, ma'am.
Okay. And did you place a chest seal on Joseph Ryan?
Eventually, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't observe any blood coming from Joseph Ryan's chest wound, did you?
Not until after I did CPR.
And his hands were folded over that wound, is that correct?
They were across his chest.
All right. When you made it to the hospital with Mr. Banfield, he was not treated for any injuries to his leg, was he?
No, ma'am.
Or any other part of his body?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Any redirect? All right, is he still subject to recall or is he done? Is he subject to recall or?
No, ma'am, thank you.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess. Just again, do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you. All right, so we'll come back at 11:55 then. Is that fine? 11:55, thank you.
All right.
I guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder, murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive. Very nice, very well spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know? I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. The last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over
until she looked like spaghetti. I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point. He's still pulling the strings from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill, kill, kill. When I get that way, I become the devil. I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Didn't the affair lead to double murder? The Commonwealth's Attorney's Office has secured an indictment against Brendan Banfield for the murder of his wife Christine and the murder of Mr. Ryan.
Prosecutors allege the defendant planned to run away with the family's au pair, so he killed his wife and another man.
Susan, I'm gonna kill her, I'm gonna kill her.
It's a case of sex, lies, and deadly deception. The au pair affair murder trial.
I guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder, murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive. Very nice, very well spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know. I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. The last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti. I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point. He's still pulling the strings from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill, kill, kill. When I get that way, I become the devil. I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Rapper YNW Melly, whose real name is Jamel Demons, back in a Broward County courtroom Monday as the state prosecutors and the defense are going over a number of different motions filed to see what will be admissible for Demons' retrial. Demons is accused of murdering Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams, both childhood friends, back in 2018 after a late-night recording session, and then allegedly made it look like a drive-by shooting. His first double murder trial ended in 2023 in a mistrial after jurors failed to reach a unanimous verdict at trial, with twists and turns that included allegations of witness tampering, passaging passing messages in jail, and alleged plans to escape. All issues brought before the judge today to see what would be permitted to use in his new trial. Demmons faces a number of charges that include 2 counts of premeditated first-degree murder and witness tampering. And he is expected back in court January 12th on Monday at 8:45, where the judge will hear additional motions. That trial has been set for January 21st.
I guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive. Very nice, very well spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know? I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
On that video 82.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. Last person that they encountered
If you want to review it.
was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti. I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point.
He's still pulling the strings
Okay.
from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill. 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 When I get that way, I become the devil.
I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
All right, your next witness,
Your Honor, Officer Baumler.
Officer Baumler.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Good morning, Officer Baumler.
Good morning.
I'm going to play a clip for you, and I want you to identify it first, all right, before we play the whole thing, all right?
Yes, sir.
We can't see anything on the screen.
This is not showing. I think we may have solved it.
Yes, you have.
Looking at that picture before you, sir, can you identify this video?
Yes, that's my body cam video.
Okay, and this is from February 24th?
Correct, 2023.
From time to time, I'll stop and ask questions, but otherwise I'm just going to have you watch, not the entire one. Yours goes almost an hour like the previous officer, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, we're going to be quite a bit shorter.
Do you want to mark it as?
Mark it as Defense Exhibit 83.
Okay. And is you asking to admit it into evidence?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
Judge, I don't believe so. He indicated he's going to jump around. I'm not entirely sure.
But do you object to the admissibility of?
No.
Okay, so that can be an evidence. Is it?
Yes.
I don't know what it is, so does it need to be under seal?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so video body cam under seal in evidence 83. Okay.
There's a 34-year-old female that got stabbed by someone and then he shot him. He doesn't know the person that he shot, but he's on the ground. 50 Bravo is en route. Oh no.
Zach, come on, kid. There we go.
Go ahead. You know if they're inside or outside or where they actually are? 10-4.
Officer Baum, that's the radio traffic relating to this incident that you're responding to?
Yes.
And you're gathering information as you hear that radio traffic?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Got it on the shoulder, boys. God, you people. There we go. Come on, figure it out.
Bravo, the patient is unconscious. Apparently she was stabbed in the neck. She's upstairs in the bedroom.
Sorry.
And the subject that was shot is in the bedroom downstairs. Let me ask. Bravo. Whatever units have shields, make sure they put on the radio so we know where he has them.
Tank, we don't have time for
Units
this
with a shield advise. 5 Bravo has a shield. 5 Bravo, ensure the caller put the firearm down and sure there's boxes on the
Okay.
10-4.
Guys, you gotta go a little faster, huh?
So apparently the caller doesn't know the subject, and the caller's trying to help the female with the...
Now, at this point, is what you're hearing on the radio the only thing that you know about this?
Correct.
Okay, so there was nothing prior to you starting up your car and going?
So typically what happens is when we get sent a dispatch, it does come to our computer. However, when scenes like this happen, we try to get them as quickly as possible. So most of that information comes over the radio, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You gotta go. Drive a lot faster and better.
On 5 Bravo, Fairfax down is due to the wind.
What wind? Damn it, Zach. Go, Zach.
And just so we're clear, the body camera begins on what prompt?
So it can be activated one of a few ways. In this situation, it activates when the emergency equipment goes on, or you can activate it by pushing it twice.
Okay. And in this still, you're at the residence?
I'm just arriving, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you got one? Where's the shooter? Huh?
Shooter's helping the woman right now from a 3. He doesn't know the man that he shot.
Which house?
1330.
Uh, 52 Bravo, there's 4 of us at the door.
Yep. Well, I got voices inside. Let's do something quick. Stack up on me, I guess. County police, call out. Where's the gun at? Where's the gun?
He's an officer too. So he just didn't know. This is going out.
Anybody else downstairs?
Where's the shot? His daughter is downstairs.
Who else? Just us?
Yeah, she's just started out. His daughter.
Guns on the bed. Guns on the bed.
They're saying one of the patients is outside now.
Sir, is that the first time you've encountered my client, Mr. Banfield?
Yes,
And he was tending to his wife at that point?
it appears so, yes.
Somebody's outside. All right. Watch out. We got it. Catch up. Jesus. Dude, give me a, what can I do to help? Chest seal. Give me chest seal. Yep. Anything I can do to help? Where else was she stabbed? Is there any other stab wounds? Tank, come here. Got something on her hand. Tank. There. Do me a favor. Stand right here. She got multiple stab wounds to the neck. Okay. Secure those guns.
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
She's breathing. She's breathing.
What do you need?
Get medics in here now.
Seems full.
And sir, when you said that, you were talking about Christine Banfield's breathing, correct?
Correct.
Who shot? You shot? Okay. Okay.
He grabbed my arm.
Who did?
He grabbed my arm when I started applying.
Okay. Someone get it. Someone get with him. I don't know where he shot at.
Who's that chest wound still?
I need it from this neck right now. She got stabbed by him, so someone watch him. Guys, chest seal now.
We're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. He called out.
Up this way.
Upstairs. I need chest seal on her and I'll have it right now.
Just stay right there. Stay right there. Shoot him. There's another one behind me.
You can open this up for longer.
Yeah, I can't do anything with this right now.
Go.
Can't do anything with this right now.
What do we need, chest
Someone
seal?
check my pulse for the guy behind me.
Yeah.
She's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wounds.
Can someone do this for me? I got one hand kind of tied up here. Up this way.
Just go in the tub. He's in the tub.
He's in the bathroom, up here.
Where do you have chest seal?
On her neck. Multiple stab wounds on her neck. Ready? As soon as I let go. Let me ready? 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 We missed one. Chest seal.
Get another one. There's another half.
Ready?
Go for it. Yep. Hold the door. I'll work on her, okay? It's just fucking hold pressure. Just sit in the tub. Just sit in the tub.
You need another chest seal?
Yeah, whatever you have. Just whatever you got. Hey, get another ALT, get more blowout kits.
Is it already accounted for? Is there anybody else?
Is there anything else that we know of other than this?
This one and the guy behind me.
On this female.
I don't know. I do not know.
No,
She might have defensive wounds to the hand, but.
Everybody's accounted for. No need for K9 or helo at this point. K9 10.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Securing firearm. Just leave it. Just leave it. Just leave it where it is. All right.
Tank.
Yep.
Since we got this kind of wait for the medics, can you talk with him? Shoot him.
Stand by 1 second.
Medics expedited.
Do we have a pulse on anybody?
I could feel him
Guys.
breathing.
Hey, do you have a pulse on him?
No.
No pulse.
C-
Okay.
CPR on. CPR on. Go ahead.
Multiple stab
Do
wounds.
CPR on.
Yeah. If you don't have anything, start going. Start doing.
All right. This one
She has
a pulse. All right.
multiple stab wounds to the neck.
Thanks. So the right, we have a pulse, multiple stabbings. So left, you do CPR with gunshot. I felt the pulse when I was holding the neck.
All right. We have multiple chest wounds to the neck. We don't know if we have right here.
We don't know any other.
Stab wound to the neck.
To the neck? Yes.
Don't know if we actually have it.
Don't know if it's one on the other side. We don't know.
Okay, she's still breathing. We can feel blood moving. We can see her. We can see her cheek.
You guys
Stop doing CPR on him.
You guys good?
Yeah, we're gonna get her.
Okay. Hit them. New wrist.
Yeah, this. Is she breathing over here? She's breathing. That's why we're moving her. Grab him. Take him downstairs.
I can't feel it.
You can't feel
Oh my God.
hard to feel. Are you hurt? Stand by.
Sir, did you have anything to do with moving any of the firearms?
I did not.
Did you see who did?
I do not recall who did.
Okay.
Sorry. No, there's no pulse wound. Nothing. There's nothing.
I think that guy's gonna be definitely DOA.
I
mean, we can.
So what's
I think that's maybe obvious over there. Just go here. Oh.
What do you want to do? Do you want to grab that and go?
We're done. No, this is.
Don't know who this is.
She's done.
All right, that's fine. You want to get a rhythm on that?
Yeah. I got the monitor. It's right there behind you. You have it? Okay. So where's?
Grab the guy over there. Put him down.
This is not bars.
Nope. There was 2 on the bed when I came in.
Okay, this one's got blood on it. Yeah. So stay with him. He might. I'm not sure. He doesn't know.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait.
Yeah. You don't know that guy at all? No. Yeah. I know. I'm trying to figure out where's the gun currently.
There's 2 on the bed.
Firearms right here. Leave them right where they are. If that's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They were on the bedroom though.
Where do you want?
We have a knife right here.
You guys are good right there. Hey Sarge, what's up? You want us to escort him outside? Yeah, right now they're working, so we're gonna be. So, yeah. I'm not sure. We're not working. Well, we'll get him out. So once they, all right. Everyone's gonna work for
Just move her and go.
Yeah, let's just move her. All right. All right. Get you downstairs. Hey. Very close to the escort him down.
Yeah.
Is there kids down there? The kids are out of the way. Go outside.
Sir, you accompanied Officer Beckner to the ambulance and all those sorts of things?
So in that situation, I believe what you're trying to ask is, was I in the ambulance with him? Can you clarify?
Well, so at some point, and we just watched Officer Beckner's video. I just want to make sure you went out of the house at the same time he did. Is that correct?
That is not correct. No.
Okay. Did there come a time where you met up with him at the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. And then your body worn camera was essentially the same after that?
Yes.
In terms of the hospital and all those sorts of things? Okay. Your Honor, that's the 12 minute, 36 seconds. That's defense exhibit number 83.
Okay, so you'll
And
crop it for me to
yes.
1236?
Yes.
Okay, to 1236. All right, thank you. It's in evidence up to 1236 then.
I don't have any further questions for the
All
officer.
right, cross-examination.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Afternoon, I apologize. When you entered the room, Mr. Banfield was on his knees next to Christine Banfield, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But Mr. Banfield wasn't using that blue towel we see to staunch the bleeding from her neck, is that correct?
Objection to leading, Judge.
It's
It's
cross-examination.
cross-examination.
I do not believe he was, no.
Okay, and he wasn't using the nearby blankets, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he wasn't using the sheets?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
No, you're.
Okay, is this witness subject to recall?
No.
See, subject, okay, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you,
officer.
ma'am.
All right, your next witness?
Your Honor, I have a video that Ms. Sands and I have talked about that Judge, I think the witness that we need for this video is not here right now,
Okay.
so we'll just
Next.
move on.
Next witness?
My next witness is Leanne Singley.
All right.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Bear with me, Ms. Singley. Ma'am, can you please state your name, spelling your name for the court reporter?
Sure. My name is Leanne Singley. First name is Lee, capital ANN. Last name Singley, SINGLEY.
And what is your particular professional discipline?
I'm a forensic scientist.
Okay, and what areas of forensic science do you specialize in?
So currently I work mostly in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Okay, and can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about your background and your training in bloodstain pattern analysis?
Sure. I guess I'll start with my educational background. I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a minor in chemistry from the University of Pittsburgh. I also received a master's degree with a concentration in forensic science from the University of Florida. In 1987, I was hired as a forensic scientist in the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Laboratory. So I'm just entering now my 39th year in forensics. I spent about 17 years at the State Police Crime Lab and received some training regarding various areas of forensics, but in specific to bloodstain pattern analysis, I started my education in that in 1993. Afterwards, I've had basic and advanced training. I've had training in the math and physics of bloodstain pattern analysis, fluid dynamics of bloodstain pattern analysis, the interaction of blood on fabric, so a fabrics training class, and other conferences and training opportunities that I've had throughout the years.
Now, ma'am, do you have hold any titles on boards or anything like that relating to your professional associations?
So I'm a member, currently a member of the Organization of Scientific Area Committees, which is a federally convened committee that is assisting the bloodstain pattern community in setting down guidelines and standards of how the discipline should be performed. I've been part of that group for a number of years. Prior to that, there was a similar group that was convened federally called the Scientific Working Group on Bloodstain Pattern Analysis. That began in 2002, and I was a member from the inception of that committee up until that committee was replaced through the Organization of Scientific Area Committees, otherwise called the OSAC.
And groups like the OSAC and the previous organization. What's the intent of those?
So as I stated, the intent is to bring together subject matter experts to help to develop guidance documents, standard documents on how the discipline should be performed, or the training requirements that are necessary, other features of it. And it's not the only forensic discipline that does this. DNA does this, fingerprints, documents examination. They all have committees that are addressing those issues.
And is this all designed to have uniformity in terms of how it's being practiced?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Or what you just described, is that designed to have uniformity of how bloodstream?
Yes. I mean, the idea is that we would like all areas, all agencies or entities that perform this discipline to have a framework to which everybody will perform it the same way, or at least similarly, have the same standards that they would use to do what they do. Initially, Swigstein had a large international involvement, so it wasn't just the United States that was offering information into these, into this committee and into these documents. There was a large international component as well.
Okay, and Swigstein, the company that was the predecessor to OSAC, that stands for Scientific Work Group Stains.
Yeah, so it's Scientific Working Group on blood. It was on blood stain pattern analysis, but they shortened it to Swigstein.
Okay, and did you have any role in running that organization?
Well, as I mentioned, I was a member from its inception. In 2002, I served as the Quality Assurance Committee chair for a number of years within that group.
And ma'am, have you ever been qualified as an expert to testify in court regarding blood stain pattern analysis?
I have.
How many times?
So specifically to blood stain pattern analysis, I'm not sure. I've testified over 90 occasions on various areas of forensics. Greater than 10 of those are blood stain pattern, maybe more.
And have you ever been qualified in the Commonwealth of Virginia?
I have not.
Okay. Have you ever done work within the Commonwealth of Virginia with police organizations?
Yes, I've conducted training for the Virginia State Police on a number of occasions in blood stain pattern analysis.
Your Honor, I'd move Ms. Singley in as an expert in blood stain pattern analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so moved.
Ms. Singley, you had an opportunity to see Ms. Groff's presentation yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually know her, correct?
I do.
Through your various affiliations.
Yes, sir.
And were you able to, in arriving at, well, let me show you a few things and see where we go from there. Your Honor, can we show that to the witness?
Yeah, it is shown to the witness.
Okay.
If you can make it a little bigger, it might help her.
Yeah. Not that.
If you double click on the file name right there, you have. There we go. No, you're having the same problem.
Judge, this is the court's PowerPoint that's coming up. I don't know. Well, ma'am, did you have an occasion to review items in this case?
I did.
And if items of evidence relating to this case?
Yeah, so I received photographs, so I didn't actually have the physical evidence, but I did review photographs and videos and things of that nature that would expose me to what was evidence, turned out to be evidence in this case.
Okay. Your Honor, I think I'm going to have to switch the computer just because of that PowerPoint thing that pops up. Can I have a 5-minute recess?
No.
Ma'am, are you able to see a picture on your screen?
I can.
Did you have an opportunity to review this item as part of the evidence that you reviewed?
I'm sorry. Judge, have we identified the photograph?
No, I think it's defense 80, at least that's what it was marked yesterday.
83, I believe, Judge. Is that
80.
80? Okay.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 80. Have you seen that?
I've seen photographs of this item before, yes.
Okay, and what is it that you notice when you look at this item right here?
It's a knife. It looks like to be stainless steel, like a chef's style knife, and there appears to be transfer bloodstains or some irregular shaped bloodstains along the knife and the blade.
Now, in talking about bloodstains, is there a uniform terminology, or were there attempts to have uniform terminology as to what bloodstains are and varying other descriptive terms?
You mean the actual terms we use when we're writing reports? Yes, the organization that I mentioned to you earlier has set down standard terminology that we would use in the course of writing reports or training, or even just discussing bloodstain pattern analysis. And so that has been published.
And or is that how you find, do you find that the terminology is uniform amongst bloodstain pattern analysis?
The goal, that is the goal, that it would cause uniformity, and it has definitely helped since that terminology has been utilized or has been written and published. To say that everyone is using it correctly or abiding by that terminology, I can't say that for sure, but I can definitely say that it has, the ends have sort of, the end result has been what we had hoped it would be, and that is to cause the uniformity of that terminology across the discipline.
Now, did you have an occasion to also analyze or look at other aspects of evidence, like the forensic science reports and things like that?
Yes, when I do a bloodstain pattern analysis, the discipline itself is the study of the size, the shape, the distribution, location, appearance of bloodstains. But in the course of the bloodstain pattern analysis, we also have to include or consider what we call task relevant information. So information that is relevant to the bloodstain pattern analysis, not necessarily extraneous information, but those things would be like the autopsy report or medical reports if the individual wasn't deceased, or the DNA reports or other forensic laboratory reports that will help to actually include or exclude classifications and ultimate interpretations at the end.
Now, ma'am, if you look at the picture, there's a specific circle relating to an area of that knife that you've just identified.
Just for the record, you had marked that as 80A yesterday.
80,
the one with the circle.
80A, yes, thank you.
That's what you
identified as Defense Exhibit 80A. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you recall any analysis that you reviewed relating to that particular area of this knife?
Yeah, this is the area of the knife that is at the base of the blade where the handle meets up, and it is one of the areas that was sampled for DNA analysis.
Okay, and did you observe any findings relating to that?
Yes, this area of the knife had DNA. The DNA of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated from that sample.
And were there any others that were excluded from that sample?
I believe Brendan Banfield and Juliana were eliminated.
Okay. And is that what you're referring to? The next page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's...
Your Honor, I would object. This is not.
Well, I mean, he hasn't entered anything into evidence yet, but.
Understood.
And I don't know what this would be marked as. Okay.
ADB?
You already have.
Or 80?
You have ADB, ADC, ADD, 82, 83.
I'll go 80E.
80E. All right, he hasn't entered into evidence yet. He's just showing the witness.
And what do you see this is, ma'am?
It's the results of the bloodstain, the DNA report that addressed this area of the knife.
Okay, and that's a report that you reviewed in your analysis?
I did.
And this is a portion to highlight that particular statement?
Yes.
Okay. And ma'am, is this also from the report?
Are you going to mark this something?
80F? Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Okay, and is this also a report that you reviewed, a portion of it?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that tell you?
Again, it's indicating that Christine Banfield.
Your Honor, I would object to the witness reading from a report that has not been admitted into evidence and is not the complete report.
Okay, I'll sustain that
That's
objection.
fine. That's fine. And ma'am, did you have occasion to review the Office of the Medical Examiner's report relating to Joe Ryan?
I did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe in your analysis relating to the pictures from the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Well, I looked at the photographs of Joe Ryan at the autopsy examination, and in part of that, I was able to review the injuries that he sustained.
Okay. Now, the topic of self-wounding came up with this graph yesterday. Is self-wounding something that is often found in knife injuries?
Your Honor, objection is to leading.
Well, I'll sustain it's leading if you want to rephrase.
Okay. What, if anything, do you find as an expert in knife-related wounds?
So in knife-related activities, investigations that involve sharp instruments, so knifings, things like of those nature, we often see the assailant, it's not uncommon for the assailant to self-wound during those. In fact, when I'm training individuals, it's one of the things I train law enforcement investigators to ensure that they look to areas of the crime scene that may be far further away from the victim's bodies to find an isolated blood drop or things like that. So we know this to happen, and it can happen in various mechanisms during the activity that's going on in terms of the criminal investigation. But it's not an uncommon occurrence.
Okay. Were you able to note where the injuries were in your examination for Joe Ryan?
It was on his left thumb, I believe.
Anything? Did you observe anything else?
I think it was a puncture. It was listed as a puncture wound.
Now, is that the puncture wound that you're talking about?
I'm sorry, I can put it back on.
Sorry.
What, this?
This would be 80F.
It was ADB yesterday.
80B.
Okay.
So this photo here that you have now.
This is 80B.
The wound was listed as a central cut puncture of the palmar aspect of the left thumb, and that is what's being depicted here.
Okay. And if ADF, Judge, would that be the next in line?
You have one marked ADC, which I had put down as finger of Joseph Ryan, and I'm not sure if that's the same picture that you used yesterday when you're showing the other expert.
I'm not certain either, Judge. What's the next one, ADD?
Well, we'll do ADC. I mean, we can make this ADC, that's
ADC,
fine. You haven't
yes.
entered it in evidence yet, so ADC.
And ma'am, is this a picture that you've observed in your analysis of the documentation relating to this case?
Yes, these are part of the autopsy photographs.
And is that the same injury that you've previously discussed and identified?
It's on the left. Yes, it's in the same location.
And what is that picture of, ma'am?
It's another photo of a different orientation of the thumb.
Okay, so the same injury?
What do you
It
want
appears to be, yes.
What we want to mark that as?
ADD?
You have a D, you have an E, and you have an F.
ADG?
Okay.
Now, ma'am, in your review of the body, so let's just go through. What did you review, or did your review include body-worn camera?
It did.
Okay. Were you able to review body-worn camera to determine if there were any injuries to Brendan Banfield's hands?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you find?
Well, I reviewed the video, the body cam video that took him into the ambulance, and they specifically looked at his hands for injuries, and I guess it was an EMT, whoever was in the ambulance with them, had indicated there were no injuries.
Okay. Now, ma'am, if you could take a look at the screen. This is the full Office of the Chief Medical Examiner report. Have you had an opportunity to review that?
There's nothing on the screen. There's nothing on the screen.
Towards the middle. Court's indulgence still.
Okay.
Is it? Judge, is that showing up on your screen?
It was when he was there.
Yeah, I know. I think I've touched the wrong thing. Okay. Ma'am, can you see, can you see the picture on the screen?
I can.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
This is the DNA report.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll down. Is this the area down here where the cursor is that you previously reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And that informed your conclusions as to the blood stain near the handle and the handle juncture?
Yes.
And ma'am, can you see this on your screen?
I can.
Okay, and you've reviewed this. This is the report of June 9th, 2023 of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes.
And I'm just going to scroll down. Ma'am, looking at where the cursor is on the screen, is that what informed you as to the exhibit previously?
Yes, this is an area that describes additional injuries.
Okay. Now, did you have an opportunity to review a report from DLI, a private laboratory?
I did.
Okay, and in that report, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what was the sample that they were providing?
So in the DLI report, there was a sample that that was collected by them on the area of Joe Ryan's jeans. That was the waistband, I think interior and exterior waistband zipper, and I believe the button area. But the significance of their sampling was that in their report, they stated that the sample was taken avoiding staining, meaning that they were not trying to collect staining. They were trying to avoid stained areas of that part of the jeans.
Okay, and what would you say about avoiding the staining and still having a laboratory analysis? What are they looking for?
Typically, they're looking for a DNA source that's not coming from staining. So touch DNA, or sometimes they'll do it just to determine who the wearer is of an item of clothing, or sometimes they'll do it just to see if somebody touched that area, that they're curious if they can find the DNA from that individual.
Okay, and do you recall the results of that report?
I believe the results of that area, that included DNA sources from Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan, but Brendan and I believe Juliana were both eliminated.
Okay, so let me kind of shift gears here about blood stain pattern analysis and what you do when you first start out doing it in a case.
You mean my general methodology of how I do an approach? So when I get a case now, and currently I get a case, I want to know as little information about the case as possible. So I try to limit whoever is requesting it from me to just the information that I need to know in terms of the blood stain. So typically that might be like how many individuals were injured, or if there was more than one deceased, more than one bleeder, what their injuries might have been, things of that nature. And then I will get whatever materials are provided to me. I start looking through the photographs, determining what I can say or maybe not say about certain pattern types. We call that the characterization. We characterize them, as I mentioned, through the size, the shape, the distribution, location of the stains. We look to see how they might correlate with each other. And then we begin or attempt to list a classification or classify them in what might have caused them. So earlier I talked about those characteristics, and I think it's important to understand that bloodstain pattern analysis is answering a very different question than DNA analysis. DNA is answering the who, the BPA, the bloodstain pattern analysis attempts to answer the how. So how the bloodstains got to a location. So once I've done that initial preliminary classifications or some idea of what I believe this might be coming from, I'll then incorporate in things like the autopsy report, DNA analysis that will help us to refine that classification, maybe eliminate some things that I might have kept in the running in terms of a classification. Then at the end, we discuss what those classifications mean in terms of the DNA and what we might be able to interpret in terms of individual events or things that happened at a particular crime scene.
Now, can you see the picture that's on the screen there?
I can.
Okay. Your Honor, I would identify that as Defense Exhibit 84.
I believe it's already the Commonwealth's Exhibit 173, is that correct?
So Judge, the original picture was admitted as Commonwealth's 173.
Okay.
His manipulation of the picture to show the cropping side by side with the original is not.
Okay, so,
Specifically
all right, so what number did you want to
I
know?
think 84 was the next one.
Yes, okay.
Ma'am, can you describe what you're seeing there on the screen?
Yes, this is the left forearm of Joe Sevrian and bloodstains that were on that left forearm.
Okay. And did you create this side-by-side comparison?
I did.
And what was the intention of that? What were you trying to show?
Just it gives an overall of the arm. You kind of see it in that perspective, and then just I put a square around the area that I cropped so that you could kind of see it how it related to the arm in total.
Okay, Your Honor, can I move that in as Defense Exhibit 84 and publish it to the jury?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 84 in evidence.
Can you describe what you're looking at for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and what it is that you do in analyzing something like this?
So first, let's start with what I do when I'm analyzing something like this. Again, I know I'm sounding repetitive, but I look at things like the size, the shape, the distribution, location, and certainly take into consideration the target surface. We know that that has a profound effect on what we see. So we have to think about that when we're looking at things like size and shape, because it can change depending on what the target surface is. This target surface was a bit unique in the sense that it was a forearm that had quite a bit of hair on it. So it provided a different surface than, say, a flat table or even carpet. It tended to have an influence on what we were seeing.
Now, what is it that you can say about this stain pattern?
So I just described what I saw here, which was a linear series, so a series of some irregularly shaped drops or stains that were located on this arm. I did not use the word drop. I used a series of irregularly shaped smaller stains, because if you look at it closely, the stains themselves are almost three-dimensional in shape, because they in areas were clinging to the hair on the arm. So it distorted what we can see in terms of its true shape and true, like even the size of it. It was, well, there's no measurement in here, so we really don't have a true size.
Okay, and so in determining what exactly this stain is, you would want measurement?
Well,
you would check out what the surface is?
Yeah, I mean, we don't always have measurements. Sometimes they're not there, and we can use things in the area that can sort of inform what our size might be. But I don't have a true size. I did call them smaller because they appeared smaller compared to things around it in the area. But yeah, I mean, certainly the more information you have, the more data we can use to then make a classification.
Based on the information that you had relating to these stains, is it possible to make a classification?
I did not make a classification, and this target surface did not lend to classifying these stains to a specific mechanism.
Now, let's switch gears a little bit. In terms of how blood falls on things, can you opine as to what kind of pattern would be created if someone put blood onto a surface?
Put blood on how? How are you? I mean, touching a surface? If it
holding blood and dropping it?
If an individual had, say, blood in their hands that had enough volume for it to release, like if it were to just drop to the ground, we would call that a splash pattern. So it would be a large volume of blood that is falling due to gravity. It's not, you'd have to be careful to not include their hands swinging, because if their hands swing in that process, now you have cast off, which is blood being released from an object in motion. If it's just merely falling onto the surface, then you would get a splash pattern. And that usually will then have sort of a apparent area of where the volume of the blood is. And then because that parent area was created with blood sort of collapsing into itself, it'll create satellite spatters around that area.
Okay, and have you worked with those kinds of patterns?
Yes, I mean, I make up mock crime scenes for my training, so I've created them myself by doing that.
Now, is it plausible for someone to scoop up blood and carry it to a deposit somewhere?
I'm sorry.
Objection, leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
What, if anything, well, first of all, let's just talk about how would one scoop blood?
I don't know how you would do that.
Okay.
You mean scoop it up from something like? I mean, it's a fluid. I think it'd be difficult. It's not like you can, like you have a dustpan that you could, you know what I mean? When I think of scooping in that nature, I just think in terms of if I had spilled something on my floor in the kitchen, I wouldn't be able to pick it up with my hands, if that's what you're asking me.
Okay. If does the surface that the blood is on, does that, I mean, you're saying you don't know how it can be scooped, but does the surface matter?
Yes, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you have the blood on something that's porous and absorbent, then there would be less blood that you'd be able to even scoop, if you will. If you know what I mean, there would be less blood. You wouldn't be able to access it because it would be soaking in to an absorbent surface.
Okay. Have you ever experienced in blood stain pattern analysis someone scooping blood and pouring it in another place?
No.
What would be the difficulties of that if that were to have happened?
Well, I think getting it into your hands to begin with would be a challenge, and then transferring it.
Your Honor, I would object at this time. Calls for speculation. She's just testified that she's not had any experience with any scooping of blood. So I'm not.
Speculation.
I think her expertise in blood spatter analysis gives her an opportunity to opine as to how it could be done if it was.
I'll sustain that. For that question, I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
Blood as a fluid, is it possible to pick it up?
Pick it up. Pick it up on, yeah, I mean, I think it's I think the difficulty here is, of course, you can touch blood and it picks up onto your fingers, right? Like if you, as a transfer stain. I think the fact that it's a fluid, the challenge is that if you're trying to collect and keep it in the confines of your hand, the first part is getting it into your hands, and the second part is not having it seep back through your fingers, out of your hands. Does that make sense? So like, the only thing I can use to describe it is when I'm making a mock crime scene, sometimes we'll put blood in our hands and make like an impact pattern from it. And just putting small amounts in the hand, it's difficult to contain it in the hand, even in doing that, right? So that's about the closest I can get to having an experience of what it's like to actually, and that's when we pour it into our hand from, a cup. I know this sounds a little, we do this because we use real blood when we do training. So I know what it's like to have blood in the hand, and trying to work with it in that way. It's a challenge.
Okay. And so just to follow through with your example, what is it that you're trying to show when you would do these trainings?
So all I'm doing is, or me or my trainer will put it in there, because we're going to ultimately smack it to create an impact pattern. And by putting it in your hand, you're able to place your hand in a mock crime scene to kind of mimic where somebody might have been beaten or something like that. So we're using it as a training tool for that purpose. It was just an example of the challenge of keeping it contained within the palm of your hand.
Okay. Now, going back to your review of the evidence in this case for purposes of blood stain pattern analysis, did you see anything that indicated that Joe Ryan not being involved in the stabbing?
Leading?
Yes, I'm sorry, objection, leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
Okay. What indications, what if anything, do you look at to determine if someone's involved or not involved in an incident dealing with stabbing?
I think maybe I would like to answer it in the methodology of how I look at a bloodstain case. Once I've evaluated the pattern types and come to some classifications and come to some interpretations of how they might relate to each other, I might be asked, or sometimes I'll even have information like I might have had in this case, to look at it and think of it in terms of statements that were made, or in that we had information from the body cams that I had when I was looking at that. So when I do that, I can kind of evaluate the evidence to see if there's anything that sort of doesn't seem to align with one way or another, or some things that, not necessarily that do, but more looking for the things that might raise, quote, the red flag, like kind of go, oh, this doesn't seem to align with that. Maybe I need to do some more exploration or find out more information about that. So that's what I did in this case.
Okay, and did you, and it sounds to me like you're looking for things that rule someone out and things that stay with the possibility of being one of the people there.
Yes.
Okay. In your pattern analysis, bloodstain pattern analysis, did you find anything that would exclude Joseph Ryan as being involved in the stabbing?
Objection calls for a final conclusion. Goes to the.
If you want to approve.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, you had an opportunity to listen to Ms. Graff yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your discipline of blood stain pattern analysis, is it your experience that everything can be labeled based upon an analysis?
Judge, objection is leading.
What, if anything?
I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
Yeah. What, if anything, is your experience as to labeling every aspect of spots, even if they're not tested?
I'm not sure what you mean by labeling. You mean classifying them?
Classifying, sorry.
I'm sorry, state again. So what is my experience regarding whether you can classify everything
Yes.
in a crime scene? Oh, no, many times we can't classify certain stain patterns because of some of the things I already mentioned. It could be the target surface, the amount of stains that we have, the other data that isn't just available for us to form that classification. So that's not uncommon. And we can't really classify every single blood stain. We don't attempt to in many cases. We could be doing it a long time if we tried to identify or even address every blood stain that's at a crime scene.
Okay, and in listening to her testimony yesterday, did you have any agreement or disagreement with what she said about certain blood stains?
There were certain blood stains that I did not provide a classification for that she did.
Okay, and are there any in particular that you're speaking of?
Well, the forearm stains was one area. The 4 irregularly shaped stains that are on the forearm, she provided a classification for as being drip stains, and I did not.
Okay, and why did you not provide a classification?
Again, as I stated, the target surface here really distorted or what we were able to see to get that sort of well-formed circular stain that you would be looking for to be able to say that it's a drip stain from the exclusion of all other mechanisms. Because once you've classified it as a certain mechanism, you've excluded everything else. I didn't feel there was enough information here for me to do that. And this target surface, it would be inappropriate, I believe, to do that because the target surface was not ideal for being able to do that.
Now, if you didn't have enough information, would it be possible after the fact, which is what
Objection is leading.
All right, I'll sustain the leading. Is this a good time to take our lunch break?
Yes.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break for an hour. Please do not discuss the testimony with discuss the case with anybody, and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. All right. And ma'am, since you're testifying, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody this time to include the defense team, okay?
Okay.
All right, that's fine. So we'll come back at 2:05. You're going to make sure all your technology is ready for the afternoon. To include your exhibit numbers, please.
I was actually going to just talk to your clerk and make sure that I had all of the.
All right, and make sure you
Piecemeal.
get it straight. And
Yes.
you don't have to be a hero. I do take paper documents if necessary. You know that. right?
Judge, I just can't do that. I'm a technology guy now.
So you say, okay, 2:05, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder, murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive. Very nice, very well spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know? I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. The last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti. I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point.
He's still pulling the strings from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill, kill, kill. When I get that way, I become the devil.
I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
I guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder, murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive. Very nice, very well spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know? I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. The last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti. I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point.
He's still pulling the strings from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill, kill, kill. When I get that way, I become the devil.
I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Didn't the affair lead to double murder? The Commonwealth's Attorney's Office has secured an indictment against Brendan Banfield for the murder of his wife Christine and the murder of Mr. Ryan.
Prosecutors allege the defendant planned to run away with the family's au pair, so he killed his wife and another man.
Use it, I'm gonna kill her, I'm gonna kill her.
It's a case of sex, lies, and threatened deception.
The au pair affair murder trial.
Please be seated and come forward. All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. All right, your next question.
Thank you. Ms. Stingley, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You listened to Ms. Groff's testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear her discussion of the position of Joe Ryan and the blood, whatever she called it, on Joe Ryan? Do you remember that discussion?
Yeah, you mean specific to his arm? Or is that what you're referring
Specific
to?
to his position on the ground.
Yes, I did hear her talk
Okay.
about that.
Did you agree with that?
That the blood stains would indicate that he was lying on the ground?
Yes.
No.
And what can you point to in your expertise that would have you arrive at that conclusion?
Well, so I guess starting with, I believe that she mentioned that the stains that were the 4 linear stains that I did not classify, she classified them. So that's where the first divergence was. So then that classification is what led her to say that he would have been in a position lying on the ground when they were deposited, if I recall correctly. So the first part is that as I mentioned before lunch, the target surface didn't lend to classification to start with, and to go on to then determine what that classification would mean in terms of his positioning is the part where it starts by the fact that I didn't believe that a classification could be made. Then to go on further to say what that classification would mean would be why I would disagree.
Okay. And was there evidence that you observed that would have support different conclusions than that, other than not being able to classify?
So maybe the best way to describe this is to have you understand what a drip stain is in terms of bloodstain pattern analysis. A drip stain is a stain that is formed by gravity alone. So it's not just a circular stain you see on a surface. It's a circular stain that arrived by a passive formed by gravity. So it's not something that happened that's circular from another mechanism, but it just happened to hit the ground at perpendicular, making it circular. It is formed only through gravity alone. So the fact that I didn't classify it as anything was the first part. But then on top of that, if you have just the fact that something is circular does not make it a drip stain. It's one of the features you can look at, but it doesn't mean that it's a drip stain. So there are other mechanisms that when the blood is going through the air, say from an impact, say somebody was being beaten with a hammer. When the blood goes through the air, it goes in a parabolic arc. And if it doesn't hit anything in that trajectory, it will eventually fall to the ground. And when it hits the ground, it's going to look circular. But if it hits the wall on the vertical surface, it's going to look circular there too, because anywhere it hits a perpendicular, it will look circular. But we look at the size of them to kind of help to inform whether it could just be a drip stain, something that just was because somebody was standing over something and dripping blood, or if it was because of another mechanism. So because we didn't have a lot of these features, there was no classification done, because the size helps to inform that. And then the shape itself and the fact that we had this target surface to eliminate any of those other mechanisms, to only say that these are coming from drip stains and coming from above was part of the problem. Going further, if they were drip stains, it doesn't mean that because his arm was this way that he was down on the ground. It just means that the arm was in a position horizontal to where the passive drop was coming. Because people move around, your arm can be in, your body can be in different positions when you do that. So the orientation of your body and where that is in relation to where the blood is coming from is going to be how it will look like on that surface. But it's hard to then say, oh, the person was in this position just because there's something circular here that I think is a drip stain, and therefore because it's coming from above, he has to be on the ground lying down.
And if you were, as you've indicated in your previous testimony, that you would need more information, what more would you need other than what you just said in order to even make the determination?
Objection calls for speculation.
You mean what? I'm sorry.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm just asking her what other tools.
Overruled, that's right.
Yeah, I think, I mentioned earlier, same answers as I would be looking at the size, shape, distribution, location, appearance. Those are the features that I look for and determine that this is a drip stain to the exclusion of all other mechanisms. I would want to look for something that would look perfectly circular, that I could see scalloping all around the edges or spining around the edges, or it's perfectly circular on, like, say, a smooth surface, and that it has some size to it that would indicate that it's coming from just gravity forming it. If it's tiny, then, and I see it in terms of other, maybe in terms of other spatter stains in that area, I'm going to presume it's coming from or classify it as something coming from a mechanism that's a spatter producing mechanism, as opposed to just a single passive drop. So sometimes we can't tell. I mean, we just have to look for those features and hope that if the target surface allows for it, we can classify it.
And in the absence of concrete information, is it appropriate to default toward
Objection leading.
Sustained is deleting.
In the absence of additional information you want, how does one resolve that?
You go back to the higher classification. So if we start at blood stain, and then we might go to a spatter producing mechanism of some sort, and then we can classify that either to cast off or impact or expirated blood. If we don't have the features to meet those on each level of that, we revert back to the level that's higher. And so in this case, I just said, these are blood stains, and I described them. They were irregularly shaped, somewhat three-dimensional on the arm.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
So to stay with where we just left off.
Okay.
You're keeping it at the classification level that's up here because you don't have enough information to go a next step. Is that correct?
Yes.
But that doesn't inherently mean that that next step isn't a possibility, right?
Well, I don't consider the possibilities, because if I can't go beyond the classification, then I didn't go beyond the classification. There's a reason I stopped.
Sure.
So I wouldn't.
But because you stopped, that then leaves all of the options still available. None have been excluded, correct?
I mean, every possible mechanism that could possibly produce a blood stain.
Yes.
Yes, I guess, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
including drops from above.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Going back for just a moment, you testified regarding the DLI lab, and you stated that the test sample was the pull from the genes avoiding staining. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again. I didn't
You
hear that.
testified about the DLI DNA lab, specifically that the sample was a swab or a portion of Joseph Ryan's genes avoiding staining. Is that correct?
Avoiding staining, yes,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
but did you also read in the report that that sample was positive for blood?
Yeah, so it didn't say it was positive for blood. It said that blood was indicated in the sample. And so what that means is that they did a presumptive test. So that's a test that
right. We heard about that from our DNA experts. but-
so the blood wasn't identified in that sample. It was an indication that there was blood there. And I think to clarify that the testing that is used in that instance is a very sensitive test that can pick up blood that
Judge,
you
I'm
can't
gonna
see.
object. I don't think she's presented any foundation for knowledge of how the testing was conducted. And that wasn't my question.
All right, we're going to ask your question again. Let's go
Okay.
that way.
The laboratory result said that blood was indicated, yes or no?
Yes, that's not what you asked me though. You said it was found. The test only said that blood was indicated.
Okay.
And yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay, any redirect? Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes.
All right, so since you're subject to recall, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Karen, if I can consult with counsel for
Yes.
just a moment.
I'm sorry.
The witness is not subject to recall.
Okay,
for
you are not subject to recall, ma'am, so you're free to go if you wish. All right, thank you. All right, your next witness?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Brendan Miller.
Brendan Miller?
I need like space for my paper.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
You don't have to go away. You can start my Miller notes. I'll scroll if I have to.
Good afternoon, Detective Miller.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Brendan Miller, BrendanMiller.
And where do you currently work?
Fairfax County Police Department.
In what capacity do you work in the Fairfax County Police Department?
I'm a detective in the child exploitation section.
Okay. During your, were you involved in this case as an investigator at any point?
Yes.
Okay, and what was your capacity as investigator?
I was the digital forensics examiner for this case.
And when did that change?
About a year ago.
Sorry, almost there. In child exploitation, do you utilize the same skills that you had when you were at digital forensics?
I do.
Okay. And so when you left digital forensics, did you leave of your own volition?
I did not.
And was the transfer to child exploitation?
Yes, the transfer was to child exploitation.
Okay. How long had you been in digital forensics prior to being transferred?
Since roughly 2019, so about 5 years.
Okay. And how long, how many cases had you handled in digital forensics prior to that transfer?
I don't recall the exact number.
Okay, were you the person who did the digital forensics in the Fairfax County Police?
One of them.
How many others are there?
There were 6 at the time, I believe.
And now when you were transferred out, this was in the middle of the investigation of this case, correct?
I don't know if I would classify it as the middle or where it was.
It was during the pendency of this case.
Yes, this case was still going on.
Okay. And in your capacity as digital forensic examiner, I'm going to ask you to look at a document. Okay, do you see anything on the screen?
Just your screensaver.
Okay. My apologies, Judge.
That's all right.
Sir, can you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That is an executive summary.
And this is an executive summary that you wrote as digital forensic examiner for the Fairfax County Police?
Yes.
Did you want to mark that as a?
Yes, Your Honor. 85, please. Offense
85 for the
85.
record? Just thank you.
And sir, this is your personal digital forensics executive summary, is that right?
I created this document, yes.
Okay. And now, in arriving at these conclusions, this was related to your work as a digital forensic examiner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 85.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge. At this point in time, I think this would qualify as an expert report. This witness has not been qualified as an expert, nor has any foundation been laid for the report.
Okay, so foundation is the objection, so I'll sustain that objection if you want to lay.
I can do that.
Sure.
So, sir, tell me about your experience in digital forensics.
In what regard?
From the moment you got into digital forensics, what kind of training did you have?
I've received training in a variety of forensic tools and training specific to computer systems, specifically the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, IASIS. I've also been trained with Cellbrite, and I'm current in both of those certifications, and training with Magnet and X-Ways and various other forensics platforms.
Okay. And did you receive additional training beyond that within the Fairfax County Police?
I'm also certified for BERLA, which is the vehicle forensics. Various other trainings at different times.
Have you ever been qualified as a witness in the courts of Fairfax County?
Judge, I object
I mean,
to the question.
qualified as an expert, I'm sorry.
Yes, I have.
Okay, how many times?
2 that come to mind.
Okay, and was that in your capacity when you were a digital forensic investigator?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move Detective Miller in as an expert in digital forensics.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so moved.
Now, sir, is this report the report that you created?
Yes, I wrote this.
And when was this report created?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. Was it prior to October 25th, 2024?
I don't recall exactly, but that sounds about the right time frame.
Okay. And that's a significant date because that was the, if I can remind you, the first recant for Juliana Perez Magalhaes. Does that give you a better idea of when this would have been done?
If memory serves, this was done prior to that.
Okay, that's all we can rely on is your memory. And Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
All right. You have cross-examination.
I mean, Judge, I would note that, no, I have no questions at
Okay.
this time.
All right.
Those are all the questions,
Is
Judge.
this witness subject to recall?
Yes.
Okay, so since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody. You do not need to stay here today, but just be on call for that, okay? And you're still subject to the rule of witnesses, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, your next witness?
Harry Lidsky.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Harry Lidsky, Harry, LID as in David, SKY.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently a private investigator and digital forensic examiner, self-employed at my company, 4DIS.
Okay. And how long, what's your background in terms of digital investigations and investigations?
Prior to starting my own company, 4DIS, I retired after 20 years in federal law enforcement, 7 years with the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the remaining 13 years with the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General. For the last 11 of those 13, I was in the Cyber Investigations Office, where I progressed as a senior special agent to the assistant special agent in charge and retired as the special agent in charge of that office. The Cyber Investigations Office handles, as the name would imply, digital forensic examinations. We're responsible for supporting the entire agency nationwide with mobile and computer forensics, basically anything with an on-off button, anything that was electronic in nature, is where we came, our services were brought to bear. On top of that, we ran our own investigations, those specifically which were digital forensics centric.
And in terms of issues, have you ever heard of catfishing?
Yes, I have.
Have you worked within investigations where it's alleged or it's found to be catfishing?
Yes, I have.
So do you understand the elements necessary for catfishing?
I do.
Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that exactly is.
It's a form of misattribution in terms of who's performing what activity. So at its core, it's somebody pretending to be somebody else, usually designed to lure somebody else to do something. It can be employed in a scheme to defraud. It can be employed to get somebody to show up, to get them in trouble, to get somebody to show up to an event they had not intended to show up at, to misdirect somebody to show up for something. A case that I worked, it was employed to misdirect somebody to show up who thought they were coming for a consensual sexual encounter, not unlike this particular case. And in fact, they were there to serve a different purpose, to be set up as a victim, as a utility or a tool in that particular investigation.
So in that particular investigation, was that from the prosecution side or the defense side?
That's when I was a criminal investigator, a federal agent for the Department of Justice.
Okay. Now, in terms of your investigative experience, even beyond digital forensics, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what kind of experience and what kind of responsibility you had while being a federal investigator?
In addition to the digital forensics, again, 7 years with the DEA, it was drug law enforcement, pretty straightforward, what you'd think, what you'd expect, I guess, between the street level version of it, domestically, always working our way up towards the source, back to the cartel sources and usually overseas. But through that, I gained experience with interviewing witnesses, interrogation of subjects, obviously arrest tactics and things along those lines. But there was also a strong money laundering component involved with that. There was surveillance skills were heavily employed during my time with DEA. I did a lot of undercover work with DEA. At the DOJ OIG, the Department of Justice's Office, the Inspector General, we were the watchdog for the Department of Justice. So we investigated both administrative and criminal waste, fraud, and abuse type misconduct that occurred within the Department of Justice, that is, employees of the Department of Justice, or also from external actors affecting the business of the Department of Justice. And through that, we did a fair amount of investigations, to the extent that makes sense. There was a number of high-profile investigations. Fast and Furious might be one of those, where our investigation was aimed at the investigation or the operation conducted by the ATF in that particular instance. And we would often find, we would make assessments, recommendations, and even punishment recommendations for employees that acted either out of malice, ignored or abused policy, whether they engaged in misconduct inadvertently or maliciously. Those were the type of findings we would have. So if we found that an investigator failed to adhere to policy, we might have a finding. If we find an investigator lied to us, or in an investigation, somebody within the purview lied to us, we would find they lacked candor. So we, our reports, our investigations resulted in terminations of employees. Sometimes they were.
Judge, I'm at this point in time, I think we've launched into a narrative that is not responsive to the question, nor is it relevant.
All right, if you want to ask the next question.
Well,
continue on that.
It was a question about your investigative background, so please continue.
Yeah, so that was the gist of what we did. So it's pretty broad spectrum of investigative experience. That added component from the OIG of having the investigative oversight and being the watchdog to include over investigations and other police officers, other federal agents, other prosecutors, was a nuanced twist, I suppose, in my experience there. In addition, there was the more traditional, straightforward investigations we conducted, to include everything from white collar, bribery, catfishing, international money laundering, conspiracies, and the normal type of white collar crime.
And in terms of your investigating the investigation, you were actually dealing with law enforcement people who came.
Objection leading.
All right.
Explain what you did in terms of the investigation of the investigations.
Sure. DOJ is huge, the biggest law firm in the world, as we like to say. DOJ includes the FBI, the DEA, the ATF, U.S. Marshal Service, Bureau of Prisons, U.S. Attorney's Offices, Interpol, and about 40 other smaller components, tax division, civil rights division. So we were a massive agency far and wide. So we were made up of federal agents, FBI, DEA, ATF, and the Marshals. But we were also made up of attorneys. We were made up of auditors. We were made up of all sorts of employees. We had IT employees engaged in inappropriate network activity where they were reading other employees' emails improperly and illegally. So whenever somebody was accused of misconduct, whenever an allegation of misconduct came our way, we would take that on. So it can take all forms.
Now, going back to the digital forensics investigations, you indicated you were there for 11 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that period of time, were you ever qualified as an expert in the court of law?
Yes, I have been.
Okay. How many times?
I say 3 or 4 at the federal level, and once since retirement here in the Commonwealth.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move Mr. Litsky in as an expert in the fields of digital forensics and general investigation.
All right.
Judge, I'm not familiar with general investigation as an expert field, but certainly digital forensics we would accept.
I'll move him in as per digital forensics expert.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, you became involved with the Banfield case. What was the first thing that you did when you started reviewing evidence?
The first part of my evidentiary review focused on the digital forensics. I was provided with a rather large volume-wise hard drive, 8 terabytes, I believe.
And the digital forensics, and I guess, Your Honor, I would just state that the digital forensics that are the foundation have all been stipulated to in the stipulation document in terms of
a report of a digital.
In terms of the data that was taken from the devices.
Yes, Your Honor. We have stipulated that the raw data pulled from the devices does not need to have a chain of custody or foundation.
So he can talk about the raw data from the devices. Okay.
Yes. And so, sir, what's the first step in your analysis of digital forensics when you get involved in the case?
Well, in this particular case, it was atypical because I didn't have to perform any of the acquisition phase of it. Detective Miller had already performed all of the digital forensic acquisition. So what I was provided was generally the derivative elements of his work, which allowed me to just jump right in and review the various artifacts. When I'm performing a digital forensic exam that's derivative of somebody else's work, I make it a point not to review their findings. The reason being, digital forensics is somewhat analogous to solving a big math problem. So to perform it accurately, or at least the way I like to perform it accurately, I like to do the work myself, see what answer I come up with before I see the answers of somebody else's work. Digital forensics is a science such that we're all trained similarly. We all take the same training. We all operate the same way. If we perform our actions as we should under the guise of best practices, we should do the same thing, each one of us, and come up with the same results. Digital forensics is repeatable. Digital forensics, it should be, it's binary. The data is the data. It's not subject to interpretation. It's not subjective. So what you see is what you get. There are nuances in understanding it and what it means. Assigning attribution is a different phase of it, but and we'll eventually get past this boring stuff and see some of it. It does reveal what's going on behind the screen, typically on either a phone or a computer.
Now, in terms of the digital forensics in this case, how do you arrive at certain conclusions?
So digital forensics, like most of the forensics, and we've heard a fair amount here so far in this trial, it's supportive. It can be informative. You can draw certain conclusions, but they're based upon the results of the digital forensic analysis and its impact on other items of evidence or other items of investigative nature. And what I mean by that is, for example, if somebody says, if we're investigating a crime that took place in Boston, and somebody says, I have an alibi, I was in Miami, and I look at their phone and there are artifacts that reveal location information in Miami, that is an informative piece that says this individual, based on their phone, might have been in Miami at the time. Now, phones can travel without, our traveling with them. So was the phone there? Was the person there with the phone? So that's a lead. That's a pointer. The follow-up to that would be, okay, do we have airline records? Do we have video surveillance from an airport? Do we have video surveillance from a hotel in Miami? Do we have credit card transactions from a restaurant in Miami? Other indicia of location. So digital forensics is informative. I guess if there's enough digital forensic pointers that can, I think pass a test, then it can be conclusory as well, and we can draw conclusions from it.
And in your example of something in Miami, when you arrive at a certain number of artifacts that say the person's in Miami, is that it?
It can be. That's probably a bad example in terms of being conclusory. If somebody says, there's no pictures of a red sports car on my phone, and I find 100 pictures of Ferraris that are red, that's conclusory to say that the witness information or the interview subject information that they provided to the investigator, whether it was me or somebody else, is clearly wrong. Now, that doesn't get to whether they misremembered, whether those photos are old, whether they were taken by somebody else. So there's still an attribution aspect, but it can be conclusory or informative in that regard.
Okay. Now, in the context of this case, what were you trying to determine based upon the theory of the Commonwealth in this case?
So this case, I've the luxury of coming in at, after things had developed. The theory had already been assigned. Catfishing was already, Mr. Banfield had been charged already, and indicted under a catfishing theory when I was brought in. So that was my immediate focus. So confirm or refute that theory. As an investigator, whether I'm in my law enforcement capacity or now my private capacity, the facts don't change. The facts are the facts. Facts don't take sides. The truth doesn't take a side. So for me, just because I'm hired or asked to investigate one particular theory, it doesn't mean.
Judge, I would object at this time. This is non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain as non-responsive.
Okay.
You want to ask your question?
Sir, in terms of what you did when you started this investigation into Christine Banfield's devices, what did you do?
So I started evaluating the devices, but at the same time, I reviewed other evidence that was available to me provided in the discovery. That would include witness interviews. That would include subject or co-defendant interviews. That would include social media type event like email, Instagram, Facebook, things of that, WhatsApp. So it's not all a device centric. It can be evidence provided by a service provider like Google or Apple. I reviewed all the photos from the crime scenes, the autopsies, the digital, the forensic science and Office of Medical Examiner. I reviewed all of the facts available to me. The best way to perform what I do is through all source
Judge,
analysis.
objection, non-responsive.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. So in terms of the items that you were just telling the jury that you review, did there come a time where you were reviewing and were able to arrive at conclusions?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And specifically, what date range or what period of time were you looking at?
So the window of time was from January 9th, 2023, specifically with regard to the catfishing, was from January 9th, 2023, obviously through the time of the event on February 24th, 2023. It did extend back a little bit further. For example, the discussion about the windows, that dated back prior to January 9th. There was witness testimony or subject interview, transcript information about planning that predated January 9th. So I don't just look at a time for digital forensics. It's important to look backwards for a certain relevant period to ensure that
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain the objection.
Why would you look backward in a digital forensic analysis?
A single artifact, as we refer to them in digital forensics, it may not be informative, right? A single text message on this day may lack the context, but the 50 prior exchanges might help that context, right? That's relatable, and the communication after that might also help inform. So it's important to look backwards. It's also important to look forwards in digital forensics. And when we're talking about, in this case, the allegation of a conspiracy that lasted a period of months, I find from an investigative perspective that it's important to look at everything. Digital forensics, like any, I think, informative piece of evidence,
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain the objection.
In the context of certain behaviors that come up through the investigative process, like, for example, when someone may have had their phone in their laptop and when someone would have been away from that, are those things that you look at?
Especially for events like that, what was happening immediately before the event is vital in determining attribution or who might have been performing what activity on a device.
Or in saying in another way, would there be
Objection, leading.
I haven't heard the question yet.
what would you do if there was a pattern of time that needed to be analyzed, or a time of day, or a certain day? How would you go about doing that?
Well, with the digital forensic tools that we have, the software that we have, we're able to visualize things in a timeline fashion. So I'm able to look at, or folks in my profession are able to look at what happened, both what the user was doing and what the system was registering, the computer system. So we're able to generally create a granular timeline that helps inform a decision or conclusion about whether a device might have been removed, from one person and used by another.
Okay, now can you see the document that's on your screen?
I see Detective Miller's executive summary.
Yes.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have.
Your Honor, can that be published to the jury?
It was not admitted into evidence.
Okay, I'd move it into evidence.
Objection,
Exhibit
Judge, it's a
85.
hearsay document at this time.
I'll sustain the objection at this time.
Detective Miller testified to it.
If you want to approach. So I'll sustain the objection.
Mr. Litsky, I'm going to go to, sorry. Can you see something on your screen there, sir?
I can.
Okay. There's evidence in this case regarding window replacement that was communicated by Juliana Perez Magalhaes. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did you do a digital examination? Did you do a digital examination as to the allegations that she made with regard to window replacement?
I performed searches relating to that particular topic. I'm able to perform keyword searches as one of the search criteria. So I did perform searches related to that particular part of testimony, yes.
Okay, and was this part of the information that you'd received from our discovery and the data that came from the devices?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to have you look at the document that's on your screen. Can you, Your Honor, I'd identify this as Exhibit 86.
All right.
Can you look at Defense Exhibit 86 and explain what we're looking at here?
Judge, I'm going to object to any statements regarding what's contained in the document.
Are you moving it into evidence, Mr. Karen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Yes, I would object to foundation. We have not been given any information about this
Sustain as
document.
to foundation, if you want to lay a foundation.
Sir, how did you find these documents and what processes did you use in order to find this information?
So based on the derivative evidence provided to me in discovery on this case, I analyzed this particular one. This came from Ms. Banfield's cell phone.
Judge, I'm going to object to that conclusion. Again, there's been no foundation laid, and we can approach and I can explain further.
Or you want to approach?
Sir, what was the raw data that you used in order to get this, and what system did you use to arrive at this?
This was from an Axiom portable case created by Detective Miller. An Axiom portable case is a derivative product from Magnet Axiom for digital forensic software, which performs mobile and computer device review, or facilitates mobile and computer device review and cloud review and all things digital. So the software is baked in. It's an executable program that comes from the main Magnet program. So Magnet permits digital forensic examiners, in this case Detective Miller, to create a derivative subset of his work that is able to be open on any Windows computer. So you don't need to have a software platform. It is a software platform.
And if you can tell the ladies and gentlemen, the juror, or Your Honor, we move that in as comes or
Same
defense
objection.
If we
exhibit.
could approach, please. All right, so the objection is sustained.
Sir, did you work with the raw data that was provided by the Fairfax County Police through search warrants and other providers, things like that?
For search provider, for service providers, yes. The records I had were responsive from Google, Apple, Facebook, and Instagram, FetLife, and others, Discord. For the computer and mobile devices, I was not provided the raw data. I was provided the derivative work, the portable cases, the Celebrate readers, which to my understanding, is the complete device. Nothing is filtered out, but I wouldn't characterize it as raw data.
Your Honor, may I just request a 10-minute recess?
We want to do our afternoon recess? We can do that.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And we will get right back to you. Again, don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay?
Yeah. Correct.
All right, sir, since you are in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include the defense at this point, okay?
Of course, thank you.
All right, we'll be back at 3:15. All rise, please. All right, ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. See, your next question.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Litsky.
All right.
I would ask to recall him at a later time.
Okay, well, cross-examination?
Not at this time, Your Honor, no, thank you.
Okay, all right. Sir, since you are subject to recall, do not discuss your testimony with anybody, and you may be recalled, okay? But you can have a seat. Thank you.
All right, call Detective Miller.
Detective Miller. Again. He was just sworn. Okay. Yeah, he just, perfect. He's already been sworn. All right. Detective, just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay, sir? All right, thank you.
Detective, can you see the document that you had created, forensic summary? And when you obtained the data in doing your forensic analysis, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do.
Make sure the green button's on there.
Okay, I think it's on now. In obtaining data from a device, the first thing we do is stabilize it, and that method depends on whether it's a mobile device or a computer, whether the device is on or off. So an example of a computer, what I would do is the device, if it's already coming to me in a powered off state, I would remove the hard drive, connect it to a forensic machine with a write blocker. A write blocker is a device that prevents writing to that evidence device. Therefore, no bits are changed. So no zeros, no ones, nothing gets altered. And then I take what's called a forensic image of that and create an evidence file from that, which is then loaded into another forensic tool that will parse that data and create it into a readable format for me as the examiner or anybody else to read down the road.
And would you draw your conclusions that are the conclusions that are on this digital forensics executive summary after doing that through different artifacts?
Yes, I would draw any conclusions off of data that had been obtained from a device.
Okay, and what you just described to the jury is what went into this document, the digital forensic executive summary.
Everything that was used to compile that came from data that had been extracted from the digital devices.
Okay, and specifically relating, and I'm referencing this document, January 9th, that was an important day in terms of who was using devices.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
All right.
What's the significance
I'll
of
state the objection. Go ahead.
Yes. What's the significance of January 9th, 2023 in this investigation?
That was a date that a Gmail account was created.
Okay, and in your investigation, were you able to determine who created that account?
Who in particular? No.
Yes. Were you able to investigate using your tools to determine artifacts such as such as other lifestyle type matters as to who was home, who could have been there, things like that?
Judge, objection is to form.
If you want to state that question again.
What are the things that, so when you're honing in on who was using a device, what things do you look at?
I would look at a variety of things. Pattern of life would be a term that would be used, but you would explore all that the data has to offer, and see if there's enough artifacts there to support or provide enough information as to who may have been using that device. But barring external corroboration, it's impossible to put somebody behind a screen.
Now, in terms of, reaching conclusions in digital forensics, you have to make determinations based on a number of factors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to arrive at the conclusion that
Objection leading?
on January 9th?
Sir, sustained as to leading.
What, if anything, did you take into consideration in arriving at your conclusion on January 9th, 2023?
For that particular date?
Yes.
I took into account all the information I had at that time as to what was the more likely scenario based on what I had at the time.
Okay. And what was your determination based on this particular executive summary?
That based on what I had at the time, it indicated that the device owner was using the device.
Okay. Now, you've put in this summary January 17th. Is that a significant date?
Yes.
Okay. What's the significance of that date?
That was another date that an account was created.
And was that the FetLife account?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the relationship, if any, between the Gmail account that was created on January 9th and the FetLife account that was created on January 17th?
The Gmail account that had been created on January 9th was the email account that was used in the creation of the FetLife account.
Okay. And were you able to determine through your expertise who had control of the device, Christine's devices on that day?
I was able to determine that it was her phone involved in creating that device. I was able to determine that it was her phone used in the creation of that account, based on a variety of returns.
And did you make any conclusions at that time that she had not given up her devices?
I had nothing indicating loss of dominion and control at that time.
Okay, and that's what your finding was as per that particular day, correct?
Yes.
Has that changed?
Yes.
When did that change?
A co-defendant admitted to using the devices.
Okay. Has it digitally, in terms of digital forensic artifacts, has that changed?
No, the zeros and ones did not change.
Okay, so, and zeros and ones, that's binary, right?
Yes.
So your conclusions based on zeros and ones are still the same?
Yes.
The only additional factor is the co-defendant adopted a different story.
I was provided additional information that had to be taken into account, yes.
Okay, meaning she told the story that she told the other day here?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other conclusive digital artifacts that were different in the creation of this report other than the co-defendant testifying differently?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
It wasn't a very artfully worded question. Were there any, so we were just talking about digital analysis, the ones and zeros, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing that you oftentimes work with, correct?
Yes.
And what your testimony was is that the co-defendant's testimony was the thing that changed relating to the January 17th. that we were just talking about?
Yes, context is important.
Okay. And was there something other than her accepting other than her telling the story that she told that day, was there anything about the traditional digital forensics that you had analyzed that had changed?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And that was January 17th, correct? Or was it the entire report?
I was speaking to it as an aggregate.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to be part of the questioning of Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
No, I was not part of that.
Okay. Were there items within that interview that was in conflict of your findings in digital forensics?
Objection, foundation.
Are you only a foundation?
Okay. You heard the testimony, correct?
Yes.
I'm speaking of the first time she told the story on October 25th, 2024. You heard those interviews, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so my question is, did you see conflict? What, if any, conflict did you see with your digital forensics findings and her statements on that day?
Nothing is immediately coming to mind.
Okay. Would you have seen her video where she's talking about where Eric Klingen is asking if anybody was on FetLife on a certain day?
Yes, I've seen that.
And your knowledge of digital forensics, you knew why he was asking that.
Objection, leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
Did you have any idea why he asked that question?
I can't speak to why people choose to ask the questions they do in an interview.
In terms of your digital forensics findings, though, did it make sense why he asked that question?
I think it would be relevant information.
Okay. And she didn't answer it correctly, correct?
Objection, leading.
Sustain as to leading.
What, if anything, did she strike that question?
Okay.
After you heard that she had recanted and told this story, did you see an opportunity to be involved in the questioning of her?
I think I know what you mean by that. I would have liked to have been involved, but I was not involved in questioning her at all.
Okay. Looking back on the interview, if you had been involved, could you have assisted them?
I believe so.
Okay, and who were the people that were in the interview room?
Objection, foundation.
But if you want to have a foundation, if he knows.
When she was interviewed, there were a number of detectives in there, correct?
I believe so.
Do you know any of the detectives that were in there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to talk to them about your ability to assist them in her story?
Prior to that?
Yes.
No, I did not have an
Were
opportunity.
you aware that she was doing that prior to her story?
I was not aware until after it had already taken place.
Okay, so they didn't and were you the digital expert for this case at that time?
Yes.
Okay, so what, if anything, did they do to get information from you to make it a more accurate questioning of Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
I wasn't able to provide them anything because I didn't know what was happening.
Okay, and no one told you that?
Correct.
Okay. The digital forensics, no, so you were transferred, correct?
Yes,
When did that occur?
roughly a year ago.
Okay, okay, and what you're doing now is a different form of digital forensics?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled, allowed, since.
I'm using the same skill sets, yes.
Okay, but you don't get involved in cases like this anymore in digital forensics?
No.
Okay. When you were still within digital forensics, were you ever asked to change your executive summary that we've looked at?
To change it,
Yes.
I was asked to review it in light of the proffer.
Okay. Were you ever asked to go line by line and fix the conclusions?
Objection leading.
What, if anything, were you ever asked regarding your digital forensics executive summary?
To review it in light of the proffer and ensure I could explain what I had put in that executive summary.
And did you do that?
I reviewed it.
Okay. Was there a change in this document based upon that review?
Like I said, the zeros and ones did not change.
Okay. Is that why you were transferred?
I can't speak to the exact motives behind a transfer.
So, okay. So you were never told why you were transferred?
There was a discussion about the transfer, yes.
Was it related to your executive summary?
It was related to my work in the Banfield case.
Okay, and your work in the Banfield case, is it fair to say that it was...
Objection leading.
Was there any other work in the Banfield case other than digital forensics for you?
For me, no.
Okay. So let's go through that document if we can. Can you still see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at the January 18th to until February 23rd discussions in your report. Do you stand by those same conclusions in those bullet points?
As far as the activity of the devices, yes.
Okay, and the ones and the zeros?
Yes.
And so the only thing that changes that section, and I can keep scrolling if you need to see it, is the fact that...
Judge, I'm sorry, can counsel explain where specifically in the document he's referencing?
The section of January 18th until February 23rd, 2023. Should be on the screen. I scrolled up to it.
Judge, I see a section titled 1219 to 224.
At the very top of the screen, he has the dates.
I see. Thank you.
Okay.
I was just trying to include that whole
That's
section.
fine. I think she was just looking on her laptop too.
Okay, okay. Is there anything of the ones and zeros, the binary language, that's changed in that portion of this summary?
No, the data extractions remain the same.
Okay. So the only change is that the co-defendant gave a different story.
Additional evidence came to light, yes.
Is that the additional evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the section that says February 18th, 2023?
Yes.
It says starting at 22:44 hours, Christine utilized her
Judge, I'm going to
CB.
object to reading from the document. He can question the witness.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, do you, that statement that I was just starting to read, is that still the same?
As far as what the device was doing or the account was doing, yes.
Okay. And the only change that would change that would be that Juliana Perez Magalhaes changed her story.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at February 19th, 2023. Have you read those 3 bullet points?
Yes.
Okay. And same question. Is there anything that has changed regarding the ones and zeros, as we talked about, in that section?
No, the data remains the same.
Data remains the same. And have you ever heard the term digital forensics don't lie, people lie?
I've heard it.
Have you ever heard it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, talking about February 19th, the only thing that's changed is Juliana Perez Magalhaes has changed her story, correct?
Yes, the data remains the same.
Data remains the same. (219) to 2023, February 19th, until February 24th, 2023. This references Telegram communications. Do those items remain the same?
Yes, the data did not change.
Okay, so I don't want to put words in your mouth, but pretty much everything is the data hasn't changed, correct?
Correct. Context did.
Context, and the context is in the form of recantation of Juliana Perez Magalhaes.
Yes.
Okay. And your conclusion? Same thing?
Yes, sir, the data still hasn't changed.
Okay, and that hasn't changed except for the recant of Juliana Perez Magalhaes.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So you were asked by the person that transferred you to go line by line and change your...
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
Who were you asked to change your executive summary by?
Again, I don't believe I was asked to change it. I was asked to review it in light of the proffer.
Okay, and so when you reviewed it in light of for the proffer, was there ever another executive summary created after that?
No, I did not create another document.
Okay, so you just reviewed it as you were asked to do?
Correct.
But there's no actual executive summary like you did in this situation?
Correct, I did not create another document.
Other than listening to the interviews that Juliana Perez Magalhaes gave, did you ever deal with her directly?
No, I had, only when I got her phone from her when she was arrested.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you were never in a position to challenge any of the things she said?
I conducted no interviews with her. That's correct.
Were you able to observe whether she was ever challenged on any of the things she said?
Only with the interviews that have been recorded.
Okay. And do you believe that she was challenged on what she was said?
Objection. I'm not sure that that is relevant. His belief.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
Do you believe she was challenged in those interviews?
I think that's a relative term. I can't speak to what the person asking the questions was thinking at the time.
Let me see if I can get us to a point where we're understanding each other. As an investigator, if you think that something may not be right, whether it's based on digital forensics or anything, you challenge them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you would do if you were in a situation where you were interviewing based upon your work, correct?
My questions would have likely been different, but I can't speak to why somebody would ask what they would ask in an interview they're conducting.
So if somebody says something, generally, if somebody says something that's wrong, you don't challenge them?
I think I would.
Okay. In watching those interviews, were they ever challenged? Was she ever challenged?
Judge, objection calls for speculation. Again, he's testified already that he doesn't know what was in their minds when they're asking questions.
Speculation.
Well, I'm asking him about his review of the videos. It's not, it's essentially, it's his.
I'll overrule objection. Go ahead. If you can answer.
Yeah. Re-ask the question, sir, please.
Watching the interviews of her recant, you weren't there, correct?
Yes, I was not there.
Did you think that she was challenged when she gave the story that she gave?
It appeared to be more of a free-form interview. I did not see direct confrontation on things in that interview.
Okay. And when you say free form, you mean she was just able to tell what she wanted to?
No, they were going through the details.
Okay, so she was asked about a detail, and then she was able to give a story?
Pretty much it was a question and answer format.
Okay. And I guess my question is, I use the term challenge. Were there people questioning what she was saying?
In light of?
Any of the topics?
I don't remember anything specifically.
Okay. What were your conclusions in your executive summary that you wrote before her recant?
That based on the digital evidence I had at the time and the facts known at the time, it indicated that the device owner was responsible for the activity on the device.
And that device owner?
Christine Banfield.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Put this down. Or do you need it? You can take it away.
Or just put it down. Good afternoon, Detective Miller.
Good afternoon.
All right, so you stated barring external corroboration, it's impossible to put someone behind a screen. Isn't that correct?
There needs to be corroboration of some sort, yes.
All right, and in this case, when you dug into Christine's phone, Christine's laptop, the information that you received from the external sources, Google, Apple, were you able to put someone concretely behind the screen?
At times, yes.
But throughout the context of all of the conversations that you saw occurring, the activity that you saw occurring on Christine's phone, could you conclusively opine as to who was behind the screen?
No.
Okay. And when you wrote this report that Mr. Carroll has referenced, you used the phrasing, Christine did this, Christine did that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after additional information and further investigation, you would have changed that to Christine's phone or Christine's laptop. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because again, you can't put someone behind the screen in this case, can you?
Not for everything, correct.
Okay. The evidence itself did not change, correct?
Correct. The data did not change.
You did not change the evidence, correct?
No, I did not change the evidence.
You reviewed how many terabytes of data in this case?
A lot.
A lot. Okay. And in all of that, there was no ability to reach a conclusion that one person was always operating on FetLife, was always operating on Christine's phone when interacting with the Google account that was created to manipulate the FetLife account. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. There are no artifacts contrary to Juliana Perez Magalhaes' statements regarding the creation of the account, are there?
Not that are coming to mind, no.
And the only changes that you would have made here is, again, to clarify that there are points at which you cannot tell who is operating the device.
Yes, I would have clarified. It's very difficult to speak about devices constantly saying this person's device, that person's device. I did it with Joseph Ryan's devices, Brendan Banfield's devices, Juliana's devices all throughout. I just called it the person who owned the device using.
All right, so in this case, I got louder. The digital forensics may not lie, but they didn't provide us with any conclusive evidence of who was operating Christine's phone when the Google account used in conjunction with the FetLife account was created.
Correct.
Okay. You were also asked about your review of Juliana Perez Magalhaes' original proffer that occurred on October 25th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was another interview with Juliana that occurred in February?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive information from watching the October proffer about what was going on in the room between the detectives and the attorneys that were present? Did anyone show you the notes that were passed? Have you had the opportunity to talk to those individuals about what they might have whispered about when they stepped out of the room?
I did not discuss that with anybody.
Okay, so you have no idea what, if anything, went into the questions that she was asked and whether or not there was effort made to confirm that her story had additional corroboration, do you?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I don't believe I have any other questions.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Sir, do you know why you as the
Wait till you get to the microphone, please.
Do you know why you as the expert in digital forensics was not called in the Commonwealth's case?
I don't.
Were you ever told anything about that?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
I just know that they were not advertising it, that they were having the proffer at that time. I found out afterwards it had already taken place.
No, I'm talking about for the trial, for this trial.
I'm sorry, ask your question again then.
So it started with, do you know why you weren't called when you were the expert in digital forensics for this case?
Again, I can't speak to somebody's motivation for not including me.
Okay. It's not a hard question to say when you're not watching someone on a device to say digital forensics can't conclusively determine who it is behind the device, correct?
Can you ask it again, please, sir?
Sure. It's not a hard question to ask someone like yourself, you don't know 100% who's behind that device. Isn't that correct?
Objection leading?
I'll sustain as to leading if you want to ask.
What is the likelihood of being able to say someone is using their device with 100% certainty without seeing the person?
Well, that's difficult to do.
Okay. And that's one of the reasons why digital forensics is a valuable tool, correct?
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Oh, overruled, if you can answer.
Yes.
And it's because of, well, the factors that you've described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That's how you arrive at conclusions, correct?
Yes.
But they're not, how many times that you've arrived at successful conclusions where you were 100% certain the person who was behind the device?
I would say only in circumstances where somebody admitted that they were using the device.
Okay. Or you had a camera on them or something like that?
Correct, some kind of corroborative factor.
Okay. Do you have any idea why you were excluded from any of these meetings regarding the Juliana's recant?
I can't speak to people's motives to not including me.
Okay. Was there anyone else who was covering the digital forensics arena in your stead?
In general or for a meeting in particular?
For this case.
No, I was pretty much the one who did the analysis.
So you were the expert?
Yes.
And who would rely upon your expertise in the ongoing investigation?
The lead detectives.
Okay. And are you talking about Detective Bryant?
Yes.
And Detective Goodell?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the flow of information as you found digital forensics? Did you give it to them?
Yes, everything that I processed was ultimately provided directly to Kyle Bryant and other detectives involved in the case.
And did you ever, so I'm asking in the context of like a math equation, did you ever show your work or did you just show your conclusions?
I went through the artifacts with the detectives.
Okay, and that would be Kyle Bryant?
Yes.
And Tom Goodell?
Yes.
Any other detectives?
There were a lot of people in meetings.
Okay, so they were, okay, so you're talking about meetings, but did you ever go in and just talk to them in a granular level as to why you arrived at the conclusions you arrived at?
Yes.
And how often would that happen?
There were multiple occasions that I got to a granular level.
Okay. What about the command staff? Did you ever get into the granular level with the command staff on the digital forensics?
There were multiple meetings where command staff was present and I outlined why I came to the conclusions I came to. But as far as sitting down and going over every artifact, no.
Okay. And would you have been invited to do that by the command staff?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain that.
Were you ever invited to come in and give the granular details? no matter who they were?
I don't recall providing granular details to command staff.
Okay. And granular, we're talking about to the nitty gritty, right? Just so we're using the same terms.
Judge, objection is to form. I'm not sure how nitty gritty is different from granular.
I'll sustain that objection.
How would you describe granular in the way we're talking about it?
Painstaking detail, like getting into why that artifact is the way it is, how it came to be there, going through that way. So some of them were down to that level, but not the entirety of the case, no.
Okay. And when you say some of, you're speaking to the people when you say some of them?
Yeah, there were different times throughout this investigation where I would sit down with various different people, and depending on what was desired, I would go through exactly how I arrived where I was. Some people wanted overview, some people wanted to see down to the detail.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall again, or?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so you're still subject to recall, detective, so do not discuss your testimony with anybody, and you're still subject to the rule of witnesses, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're free for today, though, I think, now. Yes, sure. He's free for today, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we try the best intentions to get everything lined up as we can, but it appears that the defense at this point doesn't have any other witnesses that are available today. All right. So what I want to do with you is if tomorrow we can start at 9:30 and possibly go to 5:30, because I got to make up this hour because I'm chasing a snowstorm. Okay. So 9:30 to 5:30 tomorrow, if that's available for everybody. Can we do that tomorrow, 9:30 to 5:30? And I know we had talked about no Fridays. Attorneys wanted me to float with you if you were available for this Friday. If you're not, that's fine, because I told you no Fridays. But if you get back there and you can let the deputy know if all of you are available for Friday, we could do testimony on Friday. Just this snowstorm is just, I'm trying to chase it. I really am. And I want to get as much in as I could before that occurs on Saturday night. So allegedly. So we will see, but you never know around here, but I just a little concerned about it. So if you could just let the deputy know, and if you don't know tonight, or you'll know by tomorrow whether or not Friday is an option, just let her know. And if it's not, I understand, because we had told you no Fridays, okay? So anyways, but you're done for tonight.
Yeah. Do you risk the following week after February 6th?
No, we don't risk it. We are definitely ahead of schedule. We will have this case to you next week, depending on the snow. That's what I'm worried about. Is if we get 12 inches of snow in this area, we might be out for 3 days next week, and we might not be back till Thursday or something like that. Hopefully not. Hopefully we can get the roads cleared and get you in here as quick as possible. It's my decision whether to close the courthouse, so believe me, I will be trying to get it done as we can, okay? But I just want to keep that in the ballpark, so that's why I'm trying to get the Fridays done, just in case, because I just don't know about next week, okay? But even if we come in Thursday next week, we will still be done by February 6th. I'm pretty confident in that, okay? All right, so have a good night. Don't talk to anybody about the case, and don't do any outside research, please. All right, thank you. Have a good night. All right, so we'll do 9:30 to 5:30 tomorrow. Are you working on jury instructions? Are we getting those done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so maybe even if they can't come in on Friday, maybe we can do jury instructions on Friday. Okay, figure it out. All right, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.